Chapter 1020 Sacred Alliance Master. Star Void Realm. Central region of the Central Divine Continent. The place where the Holy Alliance was located. A short, hunched, bald old man was standing in the air, letting the raging storm wash over him, feeling the sadness that permeated heaven and earth. Don't look at him as not good looking. One could even say that it was a bit strange. But his status was frighteningly high. He was one of the rulemakers of the Star Void Realm and the #1 powerhouse of the Star Void Realm, Sacred Alliance Master Shen Yuansho. Anyone would be afraid that it would be difficult to connect such a strange-looking old man with the Star Void Realm's #1 powerhouse and Sacred Alliance Lord. However, this was the case. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Shen Yuansho's eyes. Even the thunder and lightning in heaven and earth lost their colors. The rain directly bypassed him and fell from elsewhere. The might of a Saint King-level powerhouse was actually as terrifying as this. Shen Yuansho naturally couldn't be clearer about what this sudden raging storm represented. Someone had gone so far as to violate the rules set by the Holy League. Not only did he privately provoke a holy war, he also dared to kill a saint realm. Such a practice was a provocation to the Sacred Alliance. As the Sacred Alliance's Alliance Master, Shen Yuansho would not allow such an internal conflict to occur. Every saint realm was a treasure of the Star Void Realm. The death of a random one would be a major loss for the Star Void Realm. The Holy Union banned holy wars for a reason. Aside from causing great destruction and the deaths and injuries of countless ordinary people, the Saint Realm was also an important force in maintaining the stability of the Star Void Realm. The frequent occurrence of holy wars would cause an internal void in the Star Void Realm. This was not a good thing for a civilization. Once they encountered an invasion from another civilization, the consequences would be very serious. It seemed like a warning had to be given to these guys. During this recent period of time, one or two of them had begun to pop up. Especially certain forces led by Pang Zhong. Incoming! Shen Yuansho shouted. Immediately, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him, slightly half a body position lower, bowing and shouting, "Alliance Master." Have any major events happened recently? Shen Yuansho asked. Back to Alliance Master. Two very young true saint-level powerhouses suddenly appeared in the western region, one called Lindong and the other called Lindong II. Both of these two are very strong and fought with the Pang family's Pang Tong as well as the Zhang family's Zhang Chuandong, respectively, in the void and managed to repel these two. The middle-aged man replied. Oh? Two young true saint levels suddenly appeared? And managed to repel Pang Tong and Zhang Chuanxiong? Lindong and Lindong II? What is their relationship? Does the Sacred Alliance have any information on them? According to the rumors, they look very much alike. They should be twin brothers, and as the Sacred Alliance does not have any information on them, I suspect that it might be the part of the hidden secret that recuperated from their injuries, and after they recovered from their injuries, they started to gradually come out of the gate. Then don't bother about them for the time being. First give me a clear investigation of the matter in front of me. In the end, who fell, and who did it? Exactly what is the reason, whether it has caused casualties of ordinary people, it must all be given to me to investigate clearly. I would like to see who dares to go against the rules of the Sacred Alliance to provoke a holy war. Shen Yuansho said with two mustaches, very angry. Honorable order. The middle-aged man replied. Go. I want to know the answer as soon as possible. If I don't care this time, I'm afraid that these guys will become more and more unrestrained in the future. Yes, Alliance Master. After the middle-aged man replied, his body had disappeared. Shen Yuansho straightened his bent waist and looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed together. His gaze seemed to be able to see through endless distances, seeing things that others could not. Shiman Fugue's death. It made the entire Star Void Realm last for nearly a minute in a violent storm. During that time, it was accompanied by a wave of sadness. It was the heavens and earth crying over the death of a saint realm. The major powers saw such a scene. While they were speculating, they were also asking each other about which saint realm had fallen, and who was so bold as to dare provoke the Saint Alliance. Even though the Pang clan's ancestor had already submitted a new proposal to the Sacred Alliance's Alliance Master, wanting to break the original rules, and had also received the support of several Vice Alliance Masters. Hadn't it not been passed yet? At this juncture, someone actually dares to openly provoke the Sacred Alliance, not putting the Sacred Alliance in their eyes in the slightest. In fact, if there was a grudge between Saint Realms, a fight would be a fight. As long as it went to the void and did not cause too much damage. Just like the fights between Lin Dong and Pang Tong, as well as between Lin Dong Tu and Zhang Chuandong. The Sacred Alliance would have turned a blind eye. But now, a sage realm had unexpectedly died. The matter had completely gone too far. It was impossible for the Sacred Alliance to let this kind of behavior go. One must know that since the establishment of the Sacred Alliance, the Star Void Realm hadn't had a Saint Realm fall for a long, long time. This time was considered a precedent, and the Sacred Alliance would definitely make an example of it. This would serve as a warning to the other forces in the Starry Void Realm. Lin Dong did not leave immediately after killing Shiman Fugue. He just stood still. He could feel the monstrous anger of the old man in front of him and was waiting for the other party to strike. Since he had decided to come for revenge, surely the hidden danger would be completely removed. If Lin Dong were to forcefully leave, Shiman Shenghua could not stop him. It was just that even if he left, the Shiman family would definitely search for him by all means. Then why leave? Although Lin Dong could sense that this old man seemed to be very powerful. However, he himself was not so afraid of the other party. Even if he was at the peak of the true saint level, with the help of his split as well as the two divine weapons, he would still dare to fight. Not to mention that this old man still had injuries that had yet to heal. The two of them stood silently in the air like this. Shiman Shenghua did not make a move, and neither did Lin Dong. His code of conduct had always been that if a person did not offend me, I would not commit a crime. If a person offends me, I will kill them. This time, he came to the Shiman family. He had only killed one culprit, Shiman Fugue. The other clansmen of the Shiman family were all injured, and their lives were not in danger. Of course, if the Shiman family kept pestering them, Lin Dong would not mind destroying their entire core. However, it was not at that point yet. When a person's anger reached the extreme, they would instead calm down. This was the case with Shiman Shenghua at this moment. He truly and completely did not expect that this kid in front of him would dare to make a move to kill someone. Originally, he thought that he just wanted to scare Shiman Fugue. After all, it was Shiman Fugue who had offended the other party. It didn't matter who was right or wrong on both sides. It was only natural for a true saint level to be provoked by a pseudo-saint level and come to the door to ask for an explanation. Moreover, Shiman Shenghua had just probed. The Shiman family seemed to have suffered heavy losses. Yet none of the clansmen had died, and at the most, they had only suffered a few injuries. With such an approach, it was obvious that they didn't want to kill everyone and make a big deal out of it. Shiman Shenghua didn't put much thought into it. He thought that as long as he lowered his stance and begged for peace, and the other party recovered their face, the matter would be over. However, the final result was greatly out of his expectation. Shiman Fugue, the Shiman family's newest sage realm, had fallen just like that. It was still in front of his eyes as the Shiman family's founder. Chapter 1021, Fighting Again. Shiman Shenghua is the founder of the Shiman family. He was the one who single-handedly established the Shiman family in the first place. It was only after so many years of development that it had reached this point today. Shiman Fugue was the second sage realm of the Shiman family, and his status could be imagined. Now Shiman Shenghua was watching the second strongest person of the Shiman family die in front of him. The anger in his heart could no longer be described as rage. It was a desire to thwart the other party's bones and ashes. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet. That was because he was adjusting his state. With his injuries not yet healed, Shiman Fugue had to adjust his body to the best state in order to utilize his strongest combat power to meet the enemy. "What is your name?" Shiman Shenghua asked. "Lin Dong." Lin Dong replied without a care in the world. "Lin Dong?" Shiman Shenghua thought for a moment. It was certain that he had not heard of this name. It should have been during his closed-door recuperation period when he was newly promoted to the true saint level. The name Lin Dong, Shiman Shenghua had not heard of it. That was because he had been in seclusion. It did not mean that others had not heard of it. The Jiang family members on the ground, as well as the surrounding crowd of spectators, immediately began to riot when they heard this name. Lin Dong? He is actually Lord Lin, no wonder he is so young. So it's Lord Lin, this is a super strong person who can repel the Pang clan's Pang Tong. Seeing it with my own eyes today, it's really extraordinary. Nonsense. A true saint-level adult, of course it's extraordinary. I finally had the honor of meeting Lord Lin today, it's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The noisy chatter of the crowd on the ground didn't affect the two people who were facing each other in the sky. Looks like you're famous, Shiman Shenghua said. Not bad. Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders. Feel the trace of sadness between heaven and earth? There was also the raging storm just now, even the heavens and earth were grieving over the death of a sage realm. All of this was your masterpiece, don't you think that you have gone too far? Is it? From your point of view, it is indeed a bit too much, but from my point of view, it's not excessive at all. Don't advise others to be good without their suffering, just mind your own business. It's been a long time since the Star Void realm has fallen to the Sage realm. Do you know that you've already violated the rules set by the Sacred Alliance? Soon the people from the Sacred Alliance will find you. What can I do if they come? Can it be that I can only be killed, but not kill? What kind of reasoning is that? Lin Dong sneered. Lin Dong, don't you think that what you said is ridiculous? With Fortune's strength at the early stage of the false saint level, how could he kill you? Even if it was a sneak attack, it is simply impossible. Shiman Shenghua sarcastically said. There are some things, since you haven't experienced them, don't jump to conclusions. I still have that saying, don't advise others to be good without their suffering. Is it me who jumps to conclusions indiscriminately? Then you can say it carefully. Okay. I am not that boring. If you have adjusted, let's start fighting. If you haven't adjusted, I will just wait for you. There is no need to say those useless things. Lin Dong directly stated Shiman Shanghua's thoughts of trying to stall for time. Shiman Fui sniffed and gave Lin Dong a deep look. There was no further talk. The other party had already seen it. Then there was no need to hide it. With that, he closed his eyes and began to adjust his state with all his heart. Lin Dong did not make a move either, and just clasped his hands in front of his chest as he stood there and waited. Since he said that he would wait for the other party to adjust, he would not do something like a sneak attack. Moreover, he also wanted to have a painful fight. The doppelganger had already been summoned out by Lin Dong, carrying the Thunder God Hammer, hidden in the high-dimensional space, ready to come out and fight alongside himself at any time. 2 late-stage true saint level, together with the assistance of 2 divine artifacts. Lin Dong was now bursting with self-confidence and was not vulnerable to anyone except for the Saint King level. Even at the half-step Saint King level, he felt that he could fight. If he couldn't fight, he could use his doppelganger to drag the opponent down, but couldn't he run? Time passed slowly. About a few minutes later, Shiman Shenghua suddenly opened his eyes. Both eyes simultaneously flashed with an exquisite light as they stared straight at Lin Dong. Have you adjusted? Come on then. Defend the dignity of your Shiman family and avenge Shiman Fugue. After Lin Dong finished speaking, the sword box behind his back opened and a red long sword automatically flew out and landed in his hand. With the evil-breaking sword in his hand, Lin Dong's entire aura changed, his body was filled with a sharp aura, and he could feel the sting of his skin even from a long distance away. Shiman Shenghua was fine, after all, his saint body was strong and did not feel much. The people on the ground felt it the most. The Lin Dong in their eyes seemed to have transformed into the sharpest divine sword in heaven and earth. Just by looking at it, the stinging pain in their eyes was too much to bear. Lin Dong, I was unwilling to fight with you, but it is impossible to turn a blind eye to the death of a sage realm and the Shiman family, and how can my Shiman family gain a foothold if I don't leave a bit of you behind? These are all things that you have brought upon yourself. Shiman Shenghua finished speaking and followed with a wave of his hand. A 2-meter-long decapitating greatsword flew out from the ground. Holding the large knife in his hand, Shiman Shenghua's entire aura rose to the sky. Lin Dong grinned. Ha ha. If you want to fight, just fight, where is all the nonsense? Let's go, let's battle in the void. With that, his entire person transformed into a red aura and rushed straight into the clouds. Shiman Shenghua followed closely behind. The two left the public's view one after the other. Lord Lin and old ancestor Shiman went to fight in the void. I want to go and see it so badly, it's a true saint-level fight. Watching it maybe I'll be inspired and soar to the heavens from now on. If you want to soar to the sky, you have to have a life. The 2 adults don't fight here just because they are afraid of the repercussions. When they go to the void, they don't have so many scruples, just a tiny bit of the aftermath of the battle can make you become flying ashes. I know. That's why it's better to think that a small life is important. If your life is gone, you'll lose everything. It's good that you know. In the void outside the Shiman continent. Ding! There was an ear-piercing loud bang. Lin Dong's evil breaking sword and Shiman Shanghua's beheading greatsword collided together. Then they quickly separated. This was merely a tentative strike. Shiman Shanghua frowned tightly as he looked at a small gaping hole on his beheading greatsword. He looked up at the red long sword in Lin Dong's hand. The sword was intact, with not a single mark on it. To be able to cut a gaping hole in his beheading greatsword with a single strike and yet be intact itself, what kind of divine weapon was this? Your sword is good. That is natural. Lin Dong casually pulled a sword flower, and the evil breaking sword was pointed straight at Shiman Shanghua. I won't let you rely on your weapon's advantage anymore. After Shiman Jia finished speaking, a huge golden giant appeared across the sky. The eternal Dharma phase golden body appeared. He decided to stop fighting Lin Dong in close combat and switch to attacking from afar. Lin Dong naturally did not show any weakness either. Who did not have an eternal Dharma phase golden body? Two massive golden giants stood proudly in the void. Shiman Shenghua's eternal Dharma phase golden body was that much larger than Lin Dong. That meant that his realm was a bit higher than Lin Dong. It was just that he was not yet healed from his injuries now. He was unable to utilize his full strength. Of course, being at a higher realm did not mean that one was strong, nor did it mean that one could win in the end. There would be some other factors involved. Just like weapons. Chapter 1022 Equal Strength. Shiman Shanghua and Lin Dong both executed the Eternal Dharma phase golden body. This was the best means for long-range attacks. Back when they were in the Milky Way galaxy, Lin Dong had just broken through the Eternal Realm, and the first time he had cast his Eternal Dharma phase golden body, he had crossed the distance between the galaxy and the Behemoth galaxy with a single sword strike, beheading one of the nine-headed Zhao's heads. Shiman Shanghua did not want to fight Lin Dong in close combat for fear of suffering a weapon loss, so he had to resort to this fighting style. The main reason was that he had not recovered from his injuries and could not gain much advantage against Lin Dong. Of course, he was also unwilling to use all his means to deal with Lin Dong. The Sage Realm were all extremely life-conscious. No one would mind living a long life. It could be seen from the fact that Shiman Fugui had put down his dignity and cried for forgiveness when he was on the verge of death. He was very afraid of death. Even if Shiman Fugui was an important person in the Shiman family, it was also impossible for Shiman Shanghua to risk his entire life in order to avenge him. Fighting with Lin Dong was also just a matter of having no choice but to make a statement. Since the beginning, he had never wanted to leave Lin Dong behind. Not to mention whether he could stay or not. Even if he did, Shiman Shanghua himself would have to shed a layer of skin. Plus, his injuries had not yet healed. The consequences would be quite serious. Perhaps another hundreds of thousands of years in seclusion would not be able to heal. This kind of thing of injuring the enemy by 1,000 and damaging oneself by 800 was something that very few people in the Saint Realm would do. Unless both sides had the hatred of killing their fathers, taking their wives, or the hatred of exterminating their clans. Only then would it be possible for a Saint Realm to go so crazy. That being said, Shiman Shanghua still needed to make Lin Dong pay a certain price to deliver to the Shiman family as well as the entire Star Void realm. Otherwise, what qualifications did he have to be the Shiman family's elder ancestor? How could he face the master of the Shiman family, and how could the Shiman family gain a foothold in the Star Void realm in the future? Lin Dong, today, how about you break your own arm so that I can give an account to the Shiman family, and I will no longer pursue the matter of you killing Shiman Fugui? Otherwise, if we fight on, the end result will inevitably be a lose-lose situation, which will not be beneficial to anyone. The golden giant opened his mouth, and Shiman Shenghua's voice came out. He was still seeking a perfect solution. It was never quite willing to make a move. As long as Lin Dong was willing to break his own arm, Shiman Shanghua would even have an explanation to the Shiman family. It was not an easy task to make a true Saint-level late-stage break his arm. The other forces in the Star Void realm would not dare to mock the Shiman family. This matter came to an end. In fact, Shiman Shanghua did not really want to spare Lin Dong. Rather, he did not want to make a move now. After he has recovered from his injuries and fully regained his strength at the peak of the true saint level, he will settle old and new grudges together. Then he would settle the old and new grudges together. At that time, he would let Lin Dong know. The Shiman family's Saint realm was not that easy to kill. Shiman Fugue wanted to kill me, so he was killed by me. This is a matter of natural justice, wanting me to cut off my own arm and commiserate. Do you think it is possible? Of course, you can also do it yourself. It depends on whether you have the ability to do so, as long as you have that strength, not to mention breaking your arm, even your head can be broken. Lin Dong directly refused. Lin Dong, don't be ungrateful and don't force me, otherwise today, even if I pay a certain price, I will still give you a lesson that will last a lifetime, so that you will know what it means to be outside of the human race and outside of the sky, not to mention the fact that you are only at the true saint level. Even if you were at the Saint King level, you are not invincible. Shiman Shanghua's eternal Dharma phase golden body waved his big hand, and his severed head greatsword pointed straight at Lin Dong in the distance. If you want to fight, just fight. Where is all the nonsense coming from? I know that the true saint level cannot be invincible, but it is enough to deal with you. Come on. Let me see what you, an old man who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, is capable of. Lin Dong's eternal Dharma phase golden body similarly raised his right hand as his red longsword pointed towards his opponent. You really want to fight? Old man. I said that you have lived for such a long time and your guts have been eaten by dogs? You are still so wordy when it comes to a fight. Lin Dong said with great impatience. Asshole, I am doing this for your own good. Once the fight starts, the result can be unpredictable. Lin Dong also rarely returned. The evil breaking sword was casually waved. A shocking red aura broke through the air and chopped towards Shiman Shanghua. Unbridled. Junior Lin Dong, you are seeking death. In that case, I will fulfill you. Lin Dong's attack caused Shiman Shanghua to become furious once again. A junior who dared to be the first to strike at himself. If he did not teach him a lesson today, where would he put his old face? The decapitating greatsword in his hand swung out with force. A white aura detached from the blade and collided with the red aura that came through the air. Boom! A loud sound, like divine thunder from the nine heavens, resounded through the void. The sound traveled above the Shiman continent. Everyone on the continent was startled, specifically raising their heads to look up at the sky. A face full of shock. One could only see that above the dome, as far as the eye could see, all of it was occupied by two colors. Red accounted for half, and white accounted for half. The two colors were indistinguishable. Where they met in the middle, it was as if the entire sky was divided into two halves. Mighty pressure descended. Everyone felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Such a scene of doom. Some people with low strength had long since softened their legs and feet in fear, and slumped to the ground. Fighting, the battles of true saint-level powerhouses are actually as terrifying as this. If they hadn't gone to the void but were above the continent, I'm afraid that the entire continent would have been shaken to pieces by the aftershocks of their battle. The battles of true saint-level powerhouses are indeed terrifying. It's not something that mortals like me can speculate on. Lord Lin looks so young. I didn't expect that he would be able to fight on equal footing with Elder Ancestor Shiman. It's really unbelievable. Lord Lin is a figure that can repel the Pang family's old true saint-level powerhouse, Pang Tong. It's not surprising that he can match up with old Ancestor Shiman, but I've heard that Lord Lin also has a twin brother that's a true saint-level powerhouse as well. How come I haven't seen him? Yeah. How come we haven't seen Lord Lin's twin brother? It couldn't be hiding in the shadows, preparing to sneak up on old man Shiman, could it? I think it's very possible. I think so too, or else how come they haven't appeared? Such murmurs reached the ears of the Shiman family members and immediately caused them to pay heavy attention. It was no secret that Lin Dong had a true saint-level twin brother. Everyone was aware of it. However, they had not realized this just now. Now that Lin Dong too had not appeared, the possibility of a sneak attack hidden in the shadows was very high. When the news reached the higher echelons of the Shiman family, it instantly made them nervous. The Shiman family only had a total of 2 Sage Realm powerhouses. A Shiman Fugue had already been killed on the spot by Lin Dong. If anything else happened to Shiman Shanghua, then the Shiman family would truly be in decline. Without a Sage Realm powerhouse in their midst, they might not even be able to keep the Shiman continent. Moreover, the old ancestors' injuries had not yet healed. The consequences of being sneak attacked by another true saint level while fighting head-on with Lin Dong would be unpredictable. Chapter 1023, Group Destruction. Family Head, what should we do? A senior member of the Shiman family anxiously asked. Others also cast concerned gazes. This battle was related to the survival of the Sheeman family, so there was no way for them not to pay attention to it. Everyone was a grasshopper on the same boat, one glory for all, one loss for all. Old Ancestor has been in seclusion recuperating from his injuries. He simply does not know that Lin Dong has a true saint-level twin brother. If this Lin Dong too really hides in the shadows and sneaks in, his old man may be in danger. Fear not, we must tell Old Ancestor about this matter, so that he can be prepared. The Sheeman family head said in a deep voice. But the Old Ancestor is fighting in the void. The mere aftermath of the battle can kill us. It's impossible to get close. How can we pass the news to him? It has to be passed on even if it can't be passed on. This matter is not only related to the Old Ancestor's safety, it is also related to the rise and fall of the Sheeman family. Let's go, we will go up together. We must let the Old Ancestor know about Lin Dong's trickery. But someone still wanted to say something. Immediately, he was interrupted by the Sheeman family master. There is nothing but, if anything happens to the Old Ancestor, the entire Sheeman family will be finished with him. At this time, we must work together to get through this. As long as we rush up between the cracks of the battle, so that the Old Ancestor can see us, then we will have succeeded. Let's go, all of us will go up with me. Whoever doesn't go will be punished for the crime of treason. After the Sheeman family had finished speaking loudly, his entire body took the lead in rushing out of the ground, heading towards the void at extreme speed. The other core executives of the Sheeman family saw that even the family head had set an example. Moreover, the crime of treason was not something they could bear. One after another began to follow suit, following the family head's lead in rushing towards the void. Looking from afar, one could see hundreds of silhouettes above the ruins of the Sheeman clan, transforming into 100 beams of light that shot up into the sky. In the void outside the Sheeman continent. After one strike, Sheeman Shenghua knew that a young man like Lin Dong who did not know the heights of heaven would not be able to give in without suffering some losses. He also no longer continued to persuade. He began to frantically wield the decapitating greatsword in his hand. A white aura detached from the blade and chopped at Lin Dong. Sheeman Shenghua did not know yet. The Sheeman family's group of core executives, led by the Sheeman family head, had already come towards the void. It was preparing to deliver a message to him that would be enough to change the outcome of the battle. And these attacks of his were undoubtedly the catalyst for these Sheeman family's core executives. Seeing Sheeman Shenghua begin to attack, Lin Dong certainly did not show any weakness either. He similarly swung the evil breaking sword in his hand. The red aura and white aura met once again. Just now it was one strike, now it was dozens of strikes. Boom, 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 boom. A shocking roar appeared. It was also accompanied by shockwaves created by the two true saint levels attacking with all their might and colliding together. These shockwaves spread out in all directions. There was a part of the direction that happened to be the Sheeman continent. When the core executives of the Sheeman family, who had just rushed out of the Sheeman continent, arrived at the edge of the void, what greeted them was not their own ancestors, but a layer of unrivaled battle shockwaves. Facing the aftermath of the battle that was like the might of the heavens. The core of the Sheeman clan, which only had supreme-level battle power, barely had the power to resist. With a miserable scream, their bodies directly exploded and completely disappeared into the world, not even leaving a trace behind. A battle between two late true saint-level powerhouses, not to mention the supreme level. Even the pseudo-saint level would find it difficult to withstand, and could only choose to avoid the battle for the time being. The decision made by the Sheeman family head. Trying to pass the message to Sheeman Shenghua who was fighting with Lin Dong. It was a complete act of seeking death. Hundreds of the Sheeman family's core executives had died under the aftermath of Lin Dong and Sheeman Shenghua's battle just like this. It was truly pathetic and lamentable. Such a frightening scene was seen by the others on the Sheeman continent and their jaws directly dropped in shock. What were the Sheeman family's people doing? Looking for death? How dare they participate in a true saint-level battle? Who did they think they were? Also at the true saint level? Or are they immortal? Everyone thought that the Sheeman family head was going to bring the Sheeman family's top echelons to help the Sheeman old ancestor. This kind of approach was simply incomprehensible. A true saint-level battle. How could an ordinary person participate in it? Let's not even talk about the supreme level. I'm afraid even the pseudo-saint level wouldn't dare to approach. Yet, the Sheeman family had dared to rush up with a bunch of supreme levels. How did he become the Sheeman family? How did he become the Shiman family head? It's all right now. All of the Shiman family's core executives were directly annihilated. I don't know if the Shiman old ancestor will be angry and spit out blood when he comes back and sees such a scene. Everyone else on the continent saw this scene. The people of the Shiman family naturally saw it as well. They hadn't come back to their senses from the shock. The family head was dead? The core executives of the family were all dead? The Shiman family was finished. Completely finished. Some of the remaining Shiman family side clansmen began to quietly retreat, preparing to leave the Shiman continent and remain incognito from now on. There were also some people who had confidence in Shiman old ancestor and thought that he would win, and stayed behind. They were going to bet their entire lives on the gamble. Although the Shiman family's core executives were all dead. But as long as old ancestor didn't die, the Shiman family would not fall. This was the chance for them, the side clansmen. When the old man returns in triumph, the Shiman family will need to be rebuilt. It will need a lot of talent. In the past, under the suppression of the Shiman family's first line, the collateral clansmen were never able to make a name for themselves. Now it's different. The core executives are dead. Their opportunity has come. Shiman Shanghua, who was fighting in the void, did not know that all of the Shiman family's core top echelons had been killed by him. Just now, if he had not been in a hurry, he had sent out dozens of attacks one after another to chop at Lin Dong. Lin Dong would not have swung his sword to counterattack. There was no shockwave caused by the two men's attacks to block them. The Shiman family's people would have been able to rush up. If he had learned that Lin Dong was still hiding a true saint-level helper beside him, who was on par with Lin Dong in terms of strength, Shiman Shanghua would definitely not choose to fight Lin Dong anymore. If there was only one Lin Dong, he could still win the battle at a slight cost and leave the other party with something to deliver. However, another true saint-level powerhouse, he would not be able to win even if he gave his all. Then what was there to fight for? Shiman Shanghua would choose to hold his tongue for the time being and wait for his injuries to heal and regain his strength at the peak of the true saint level before seeking revenge on Lin Dong. However, everything was too late now. The core senior members of the Shiman family were all dead. There would also be no one to pass the news to Shiman Shanghua. He had thought that Lin Dong was the only one. Today, he was bound to pay some price and give this young man, Lin Dong, a lesson that would last a lifetime. By fighting Shiman Shanghua, Lin Dong was also sharpening himself and increasing his combat experience. He knew that the other party had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and was bound to have many cards. However, he himself was not weak. The doppelganger was still in the high-dimensional space, ready to strike at any time. Chapter 1024, 3 Yuan Chop. Boom boom boom. The battle in the void continued. The people on the Shiman continent only felt that the pressure was constantly descending, making it difficult for them to breathe. The red and white colors in the sky had long since intertwined together, indistinguishable from each other. If it wasn't for the fact that the continent itself had a protective layer that could withstand the vast majority of the battle's aftermath, they would have ended up no better than the Shiman family's top brass. The reason why the core of the Shiman family's group died so easily was because they had rushed out of the continent's protective layer and arrived at the edge of the void. Without a protective layer to ward off most of the attacks, facing the shockwaves of the battle between two late true saint-level people straight on, almost no one would be able to withstand it until they were at the saint realm. In the Star Void realm, every continent, every planet, would have protective layers, which were not man-made, but rather generated by the continents and planets themselves, a means of self-protection for them. These protective layers were able to withstand all kinds of natural disasters in the void, allowing the lives living on them to continue. The larger the planet, the stronger the defense of the protective layer. Stronger than the planet's protective layer was the continent's protective layer. That was why the continents in the Star Void realm were basically occupied by large powers. Not only was it because the resources on the continent were richer, but another reason was that the continent's protective layer was very strong, and it would be safer to live on it. If a continent, or a planet even lost its protective layer, then it means that it has come to the edge of destruction. Any common natural disaster in the void could destroy everything on a continent or planet without a protective layer. The two of them attacked each other for hundreds of strikes, and neither of them was able to do anything to the other. The more Shiman Shanghua fought, the more alarmed he became. Where on earth did this brat drill out from? Although he had been in seclusion to recuperate from his injuries, he would occasionally come out to understand the pattern of the Star Void realm. Never had he heard of this person, Lin Dong. A late-stage true saint-level battle power was considered a top-tier figure in the entire Star Void realm. Why had he never appeared before? There was also that red longsword. It was surprisingly able to injure his own beheading sword. It must be the very best of the top-tier illusionary divine armaments. Facing such an opponent, Shimin Shanghua also had a headache. He knew that he was afraid that it would be very difficult to be effective unless he took some of his best moves out. The longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. After all, his opponent was young and his battle power was at its peak. And his own injuries had yet to heal. After making up his mind, Shimin Shanghua began to secretly store up his strength, preparing to take out a bottom card and win with a single strike. The use of the bottom card would place a certain burden on his body. When he wasn't injured, he was still able to withstand it. Now that the injury had not healed, it would only worsen. This was also the reason why Shimin Shanghua was hesitant to use it. But it was not possible to not use it now. Lin Dong's battle power far exceeded his imagination. Ordinary attacks simply could not harm him. Lin Dong, you brought this on yourself. Today I will show you what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven. In the future, it is better to do things in a lower profile. After Shimin Shanghua finished speaking, his own secret power buildup had already been completed. Holding the beheading greatsword in his hand, he swung it out with all his might. An astonishing white aura that far exceeded the previous aura appeared, illuminating the entire void as the blade aura instantly crossed the endless void and arrived in front of Lin Dong. Lin Dong was also taken aback. He did not expect his opponent's attack to suddenly become so fast. It was now too late to use the evil breaking sword technique. He could only quickly erect the evil breaking sword in front of his body, as the eternal Dharma phase golden body was damaged, and his main body would follow suit. The white blade on and the evil breaking sword clashed together. The immense force shook Lin Dong's arm and at the same time forced him to quickly retreat backward. A moment later, Lin Dong stopped his retreating steps. Shimin Shanghua's shocking strike was finally resisted by him. Lin Dong shook off his numb and swollen arms. These old monsters who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years were indeed formidable. If this strike just now did not have the evil breaking sword in his hand, I am afraid that the eternal Dharma phase golden body would not be able to support it, and once the eternal Dharma phase golden body was broken, his main body would also be harmed. However, before Lin Dong could slow down, there were 3 more shocking slashes that chopped at Lin Dong from 3 directions. What was the situation? Lin Dong was a little confused and could not figure out the situation for a while. It was understandable for the enemy to multiply the attack. He was also prepared for it. But what was the matter with those 2 attacks from the left and right rear? Why could they attack themselves from 3 separate directions? Could it be an illusion? No. Lin Dong could clearly feel the energy contained in those 2 attacks. They were by no means illusions but actually existed. This fellow also knew the art of splitting? And it was even more powerful than himself. Hiding 2 doppelgangers in the dark? These 2 attacks were sent out by the doppelgangers? Impossible. Lin Dong was a little unconvinced. His split art was rewarded by the system. The system was a product of a divine-level civilization. The Starry Void Realm was only a 7th-level civilization. The Shimin family was merely a second-rate family in the Starry Void Realm, so how could anyone possibly be able to? In fact, what Lin Dong did not know was the attack that Shimin Shanghua had just performed was not a pure attack, nor was it intended to injure him, and served merely to conceal this final stance. What Shimin Shanghua had performed was also not a diversion technique. Rather, it was his famous stance, the Sanyuan chop. In the astonishing blade aura just now, there were 2 channels of spiritual energy that had been specially refined by Shimin Shanghua. The moment the blade aura collided with Lin Dong's evil breaking sword, the 2 spiritual forces were hidden in the blade aura and shot towards Lin Dong's left and right rear respectively. After reaching a certain distance, the spiritual energy transformed into the shadow of Shimin Shanghua and chopped out 2 attacks before completely dissipating. The essence of the triple elemental chop was in the refinement of the spiritual power, allowing the attacks of the spiritual power to be powerful. It did not have much to do with the strength of the spiritual power. Even if Lin Dong possessed such a powerful spiritual energy, he could not do what Shiman Shanghua did. His use of spiritual power was still at the initial stage, defending himself or controlling his enemies. Performing this move was a great burden on Shiman Shanghua. After the spiritual energy that had been split out to send out an attack, it would completely disappear, which meant that it was permanently lost. Not everyone was like Lin Dong, who with the help of the system, possessed extraordinary spiritual power. With just this move alone, Shiman Shanghua would need to take many heavenly treasures that increased his spiritual power before he could recover. If the 3 yuan chop was allowed to be obtained by Lin Dong, it would definitely be like a tiger adding wings to him, a person with strong spiritual power. Just as the 3 attacks approached Lin Dong's side, Shiman Shenghua's voice came out. Lin Dong, the triple yuan chop is 3 actual attacks, the power and speed are more than several times stronger than normal attacks, your eternal Dharma phase golden body cannot withstand it at all. This is what happens when you do not know the heights of heaven and earth. Feeling the attack that had already arrived in front of him, Lin Dong knew that it was too late to do anything now. It was also too late for the doppelganger to rescue him. It was just like what Shiman Shanghua had said. These were 3 solid attacks, and each of them was extremely strong in terms of speed and power. Even if he used the evil breaking sword as he had just done, he could only parry 1 attack. The remaining 2 attacks would directly injure the eternal Dharma phase golden body. It would ultimately result in the golden body shattering and the main body being heavily damaged. Worthy of being an old fellow who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he was indeed rich in battle experience. This game within a game was done well, one link after another. Lin Dong thought that the first attack was the opponent's tactic. He did not realize that it was just a cover-up. By the time he finished parrying the first strike, before he could slow down, an even more powerful attack had already arrived. Chapter 1025, The Last Deal. Facing 3 powerful attacks, Lin Dong did not have much to offer, even though he still had a lot of means that he had yet to utilize. Nay, time simply did not allow it. There was no other way other than to fight hard. Thinking of this, Lin Dong suddenly closed his eyes. Mental energy was crazily vented out. A mental storm was formed directly around his body. When his spiritual energy was still at the sovereign level, it was compressed to the extreme and was able to resist 10% of the force of Shiman Fugue, a pseudo-saint level powerhouse. Now that his spiritual power had reached the first stage of the true saint level, Lin Dong had yet to exert it at full strength. It was unknown to what extent it had become strong. Even if a portion of it was given out to manipulate the doppelganger, the rest was still quite terrifying. Spiritual power could be said to be one of Lin Dong's most important cards. All the way he had traveled, his spiritual power had played a very large role, protecting him safely several times. This time, he believed that it would not disappoint him either. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 attacks arrived almost simultaneously. The powerful might made the void tremble. Shiman Shanghua looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Such a powerful attack. Even one Lin Dong could not withstand it, let alone 3. This was the terrifying aspect of the triple yuan slash. By surprise, sealing the enemy's movements from 3 directions. The speed was also fast to the extreme, completely not giving the opponent time to react. Unfortunately, with such a move, every time it was performed, a portion of the mental energy would be lost and it could not be used continuously, otherwise it would cause a lot of damage to the body. While Shiman Shanghua was staring at Lin Dong's location, waiting for the smoke to dissipate to see how badly Lin Dong was injured, the void behind him suddenly cracked. A figure quickly drilled out from the crack, and as it came out, the eternal Dharma phase golden body was executed, and the thunder god hammer in his hand carried countless thunderbolts as it slammed down on Shiman Shenghua's head. This hammer if smashed solidly, the power could be no weaker than the shocking strike he had just delivered. Upon sensing the danger coming from behind him, Shiman Shanghua's reaction was fast enough, and his head deviated a bit to avoid the attack. However, the thunder god hammer still smashed into his shoulder. Boom! Shiman Shenghua's eternal Dharma phase golden body was smashed by Lin Dong's doppelganger's hammer that smashed his left shoulder along with his left arm. The body also fell towards the bottom of the void under the tremendous force. The lightning that came with the thunder god hammer caused Shiman Shanghua's entire body to become slightly paralyzed. With this blow, he was not lightly injured. When Shiman Shenghua stopped his falling body and returned to his original height once again. He was shocked. Who was this man in front of him who had sneak attacked him if not Lin Dong? How was this possible? Wasn't Lin Dong injured by his own 3 yuan chop? Why had he appeared behind himself? With the speed of the San Yuan chop, how did Lin Dong have the time to tear through space and enter the high-dimensional space? How did you do that? Shiman Shanghua asked as he stared tightly at Lin Dong. Was it difficult? Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders and replied disdainfully. Nope. You are not Lin Dong, who exactly are you? Shiman Fugue realized that something was wrong. Although this person looked exactly like Lin Dong, the weapon in his hand was different. Lin Dong was using a red long sword. Instead, this person was using a hammer with lightning. He knew that it was impossible for Lin Dong to escape under his triple yuan chop. I am Lin Dong. Lin Dong's doppelganger said with a smile. Shiman Shenghua turned his gaze to the place where Lin Dong was attacked. The smoke slowly dispersed. The real Lin Dong also appeared before his eyes. The result shocked him again. Originally, he had thought that Lin Dong's eternal Dharma phase golden body would shatter under his triple elemental beheading, and his main body would also be seriously injured. As a result, he did not expect that Lin Dong's eternal Dharma phase golden body was still standing there properly. Although it appeared to be in a bit of a mess, it had not suffered any substantial injuries. It had not even suffered as much damage as the hammer he had just been hit with. How exactly did Lin Dong resist his 3 yuan chop? Who was this person who looked exactly like Lin Dong? Shiman Shanghua had too many questions. Lin Dong, you have good tactics. To arrange for someone to hide in the shadows and sneak attack, it is simply shameless to the extreme. The face of the true saint level has been disgraced by you. Shiman Shanghua endured the paralyzing sensation in his body and mocked loudly. Becoming a king and losing a bandit. This is the truth. What disgrace or not, who cares about this? Lin Dong disliked him without a blush. He would not care about this. Not to mention that the split was originally one of his means. Even if he could really enlist the help of a true saint level, that was still a skill. Who stipulated that fights had to be one-on-one? Wouldn't it be just as humiliating for someone with strong strength to bully someone with weak strength then? Lin Dong believed. If the Shiman family had another true saint-ranked powerhouse, they would definitely come together to deal with themselves. This was the reality. Good. Very good. Today, I, Shiman Shanghua, admit my defeat, so go away. The Shiman continent does not welcome you. Shiman Shanghua said with a stifled voice. Facing 2 true saint-level powerhouses. He didn't want to continue fighting. Otherwise, the end result would only be his injuries getting worse. What? Not fighting anymore? I haven't enjoyed myself yet. Lin Dong said as he raised his right hand and pointed his evil breaking sword at Shiman Shanghua. Lin Dong, don't go too far. My Shiman family has already had a sage realm killed by you, and you have gotten your revenge. What else do you want? I don't want anything, it's just that you can't just fight if you want to and not fight if you don't want to. I don't want to lose face? Lin Dong, don't think that if you have a helper, you can turn the tables. I just don't really want to fight you to the death. Then just continue. Saying so much nonsense as lines, I will let you off this time, and will come back to teach you a thing or two when I have the chance. Lin Dong suddenly changed his tone of voice. After saying that he did not give Shiman Shanghua a chance to react, together with his doppelganger, he directly tore through the space and drilled in and disappeared, leaving behind Shiman Shanghua with a dumbfounded face. He really couldn't understand. He had just firmly said that he wanted to fight, but why did he suddenly run away? Lin Dong would be in such a hurry to leave. It was his spiritual power that sensed that a powerful aura was approaching. The owner of this aura was definitely above him and Shiman Shanghua in terms of strength. Unable to determine whether it was a foe or a friend, he could only leave first. Shiman Shenghua's spiritual power was far, far inferior to Lin Dong's, which was why he could not sense it. After entering the 7-dimensional space, Lin Dong collected his doppelganger, placed the Thunder God Hammer into the space stone and left at the fastest speed possible. The great revenge had been avenged. He still could not relax. True saint-level strength was good. But it was still far from enough. He couldn't save Sister Hong, and he couldn't help the Su family against the Peng family. To accomplish these 2 things, one must achieve the Saint King level. That is, the strongest combatant in the Star Void realm. Next, Lin Dong would have to make a final deal with the Su family. As long as it could be successful. The Saint King rank was just around the corner. After what happened in the western region of the central divine continent, the Pang family and the Su family were already considered to have made a complete break. Moreover, the Pang family was bound to be able to guess the Su family's true intentions of helping such a young saint realm as Lin Dong at all costs. With the situation that the Su family was facing right now, there was only one path to take. That was to cooperate with Lin Dong. Other than that, there was no other way. Chapter 1026, Not Sharing the Same Sky. After Lin Dong left, Shiman Shanghua was also prepared to return to the Shiman continent. He was not in the mood to delve into the exact reason for Lin Dong's sudden departure right now. He had just executed the triple yuan slash and was attacked by a sneak attack, causing his unhealed injuries to worsen a little more, so he had to close the door as soon as possible in order to heal. Originally, Shiman Shanghua's injuries had already reached the final critical moment, and it would not take long for him to recover to the peak. Now well, after this battle, it would take some more time. The key was that the ternary chop hadn't played any role, not to mention that he had also been viciously slammed with a hammer. This made him extremely depressed. At one time, when he used this move, it was unbeatable, and there was only one ending for his opponent. That would be the eternal Dharma phase golden body shattering and the main body being seriously injured. Yet today it was ineffective. To this day, Shiman Shanghua did not know what method Lin Dong had used to resist his 3 yuan chop. It seems that this brat is not a simple character either and has quite a few cards. If he encountered it next time, he must be careful and never be careless. After glancing at the location where Lin Dong had torn through space, he then turned around and headed towards the Shiman continent. A few moments later, a roar came from the West Gate continent. Lin Dong, my Shiman family will not share the same fate as you. Obviously, it was the matter of the Shiman family's core high-level reunion that was known by Shiman Shanghua. Originally, with 2 saints in one clan, the Shiman family was flourishing. Now there was only one sage realm left in Shiman Shanghua. The other supreme-level family cores were almost completely wiped out. The 3 or 2 that were left out were also out on a mission and did not return. The strength and prestige of the Shiman family would definitely fall a notch. How could Shiman Shanghua, the founder of the Shiman family, accept this? And the originator of this matter was Lin Dong. If it was not for Lin Dong who came to the door, how could the Shiman family end up in the current situation? How could the Shiman family end up in the current situation? Shiman Shanghua was now no longer concerned about what grudge Shiman Fugui and Lin Dong had. His heart had long been filled with monstrous hatred towards Lin Dong. He vowed to make this brat pay when he recovered from his injuries and regained his peak. Next, Shiman Shanghua began to give a series of orders. Reselecting the core layer of the family. Due to the lack of talent, many of the side families began to be reused. This made them very happy, proving that their choice was not wrong. All the Shiman family members who were outside returned. The Shiman continent began to enter a closed state. Other than the returning Shiman family members, no one was allowed to enter or exit. After ordering everything, Shiman Shanghua once again closed the door. This time, he was going to do whatever it took and whatever his reserves were to heal his injuries first. The clan didn't even have a few supreme levels left. What was the use of keeping those heavenly materials and treasures? Couldn't another saint realm be produced in a short period of time? For the sake of the family's development. To cultivate more talents for the family. Shiman Shanghua had once left behind many good things. Plus, he felt that the Star Void realm had established a saint alliance, with Xian Yuanshou, the #1 powerhouse full of righteousness, as the alliance leader. The Star Void realm would inevitably prohibit large-scale civil unrest and would fall into a long period of peace. He also didn't use those heavenly treasures to heal his wounds, and all of them were kept for the family's talented descendants. The truth was similar to what Shiman Shanghua thought. Under Xian Yuanshou's management, the Star Void realm had indeed entered a period of peace. It had indeed entered a period of peace. No more large-scale wars broke out. What Shiman Shanghua didn't expect was, during this period of peace, the Shiman family unexpectedly became the first to open up, and Shiman Fugui became the first sage realm to fall in the starry void realm over the years. The family's core top echelons were reunited and annihilated. The only one who could hold up the Shiman family today was him, the founder. So the most important thing now is to get well from his injuries, to avenge his death, and lead the Shiman family back to glory. Other than that, all the resources and heritage were unimportant. Not long after Lin Dong and Shiman Shenghua left, in the void where they were fighting, a spatial crack appeared. Immediately afterward, a tall figure stepped out from it. After feeling the traces of the battle that remained at the scene, he did not go to the Shiman continent to inquire about the situation, but instead turned around and tore through the space to leave without saying a word. As for Shiman Shenghua, a powerhouse who had reached the peak of the true saint level in his heyday, he had never discovered his existence until the very beginning. Only Lin Dong, who had strong spiritual power, sensed a strong person approaching from a long distance away. What happened on the Shiman continent quickly spread. Even Shiman Shenghua's all-out blockade was to no avail. In this era of advanced information, countless people on the Shiman continent had witnessed the battle. Although they did not know what the outcome of the battle in the void was, the killing of Shiman Fugui, a pseudo-sacred level, and the annihilation of the Shiman family's core group of senior members was clearly seen. And while Lin Dong and Shiman Shenghua went to fight in the air, there were already people from other forces who had sent out information regarding this conflict. The death of a false saint-level powerhouse. It quickly fermented and caused an uproar throughout the Star Void realm. This was a saint realm powerhouse, not some cat or dog. The saint realm was a godlike existence in the eyes of ordinary people, having an endless lifespan. There was no eternal heavenly tribulation once an epoch. Being able to live the same life as heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. It was the object of envy and worship for everyone. But just such a saint realm powerhouse unexpectedly died? It was only at this time that everyone realized. It turned out that saint realm powerhouses could also die. It was actually so easy for a true saint level powerhouse to kill a false saint level. The heat of what was happening on the western sect continent directly overshadowed the incident in the western region of the central divine continent, where 4 true saint level powerhouses were fighting. What was even more shocking was that the dominant person in both events was actually the same person. The death of Shiman Fugui had once again pushed the name Lin Dong to the highest climax. No one would have expected this. Lin Dong, who had just repelled the Pang clan's veteran true saint-ranked powerhouse Pang Tong in the western region of the central divine continent, would suddenly appear in the Shiman continent and kill Shiman Fugui, a newly promoted pseudo-saint rank. Lin Dong was completely on fire in the Star Void realm. The publicity was instantaneous. When the Su family learned of this news, they laughed bitterly. Lin Dong was completely out of line. However, this was only in line with the persona of a young true saint-ranked powerhouse and Saint King-ranked disciple. A pseudo-saint level, killing when he said so. I don't care what rules you have. Even if the Holy Alliance knew about it. For the sake of Lin Dong's master, that Saint King-ranked powerhouse hidden in the shadows, it would not do anything to Lin Dong. The rules were all set by the strong. Lin Dong's master teacher was undoubtedly such a strong person. Perhaps not long from now, Lin Dong would also step into this category. 2 Saint Kings from one sect. Even the Sacred Alliance Lord would have to give 3 points of respect. The Su family did not know what grudge Lin Dong had with the Shiman family. Nor would they pay any attention to this. Because of the current situation, it no longer mattered who was right and who was wrong. What mattered was that Shiman Fugui, a sage realm, was dead. The murderer was Lin Dong, who had needed their Su family's protection not long ago. Chapter 1027, Lin Dong. 7-Colored Continent. 7-Colored Glazed Sect. When Patriarch Gongsun Jiming learned of this news, the entire person froze. Even though she had guessed that it was likely to be Lin Dong's doing when the death of the sage realm and the resulting heaven and earth anomaly appeared. Shiman Fugui had almost killed Lin Dong in the 7-Colored Glazed Sect back then. Now that Lin Dong had the strength, he would definitely retrieve the offense at the first opportunity. However, when the news really came, Gongsun Jiming was still shocked beyond measure in her heart. She could never figure it out. A kid from a low-level civilization. How could he be able to go from the Eternal Realm's sovereign level in such a short period of time? From the Eternal Realm Sovereign level, crossing the Tao Heavenly Pillar and becoming a Sage Realm True Saint level? I am afraid that only Lin Dong himself knows this question. Since Lin Dong's identity had already been established, then there was no need to hide it anymore. Thus, Gongsun Jiming gathered all these disciples of Huangfu Shiyu and told them all about Lin Dong. Yun Shi and the others knew that Lin Dong was out of danger and felt nothing other than happiness. They had been cultivating diligently since they came to the seven-colored glazed sect, hoping to reach the Eternal Realm as soon as possible to have more time to accompany Lin Dong. They did not have too clear a perception of the realm of strength and did not pay much attention to this. Nor did they understand what a true saint level represented. Moreover, everyone was also very trusting of Lin Dong, believing that no matter what incredible things Lin Dong did, it was justified. This was a kind of blind adoration and trust. It was true on Earth, it was also true in the Milky Way galaxy, and it was still true in the Star Void realm. Only Huangfu Shiyu slightly understood some of the meanings that the true saint level represented. After all, she was the personal disciple of the seven-colored glazed sect's patriarch, one of the seven sacred maidens of this term. The true saint level was the second realm of the saint realm. Their master, the seven-colored glazed sect patriarch Gongsun Jiming, hadn't even reached the saint realm yet. Not only that, the four supreme elders of the seven-colored glazed sect were only at the true saint level. Lin Dong's strength was already on par with the supreme elders? Huangfu Shiyu also did not know how Lin Dong had managed to do so. As far as she knew, which of the sage realm powerhouses were not old men who had lived for tens of thousands of years? How old was Lin Dong? Not even 50 years old yet. A person who was less than 50 years old was able to compete with those old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. This is something that can be said. Who would believe it? It would probably shock the eyeballs off the ground. However, after thinking about it, Huangfu Siya quickly relieved herself. The first time she met Lin Dong, she knew that this was a man who was favored by the heavens, all the way from Earth. It was not once or twice that Lin Dong had created miracles. Such situations were bound to occur again next. The first two times would be shocking. After more times, they would slowly get used to it. It was good that they had always listened to Bailey Yanhong's words and hid all of Lin Dong's true information, not even telling their master, Gongsun Jiming. It was just that as Lin Dong's fame grew, his information would definitely come to light. This was because among the people who came from Earth, there was another person that they could not control. That was Morong Chinga. This woman who had been accepted as a disciple by the four great supreme elders of the seven-colored glazed sect. It was also the head of this term's seven holy maidens. Counting the time, the disciple acceptance ceremony was almost upon us. Seven-colored glazed sect. The lowest level of the cold ice cave. An ice sculpture was standing there quietly. It could be vaguely seen from the outside. The person inside the ice sculpture was wearing a red outfit, sitting cross-legged inside. This person was naturally Bailey Yanhong, who had been punished by the seven-colored glazed sect's supreme elder Gong Ru clan for facing the wall for 100 years. If there was no one to disturb, she would remain in this state for a full 100 times before she could leave the cold ice cave. In the seven-colored glazed sect, the words of the supreme elder were holy orders. No one dared to go against it. No one even dared to plead for mercy. Even the patriarch was the same. However, just today, seven-colored glazed sect patriarch Sun Jimeng walked in. Seeing Bailey Yanhong, who had turned into an ice sculpture, she could not help but sigh. Bailey Yanhong could be said to have grown up under her watch. The relationship between the two could be considered both a teacher and a friend. Gong Ru's, as a true saint-level Taishan elder, did not have that much time to teach her disciples. Many times, when Bailey Yanhong encountered some simple problems, she asked Gongsun Jimeng. The relationship between the two sides had always gotten along very well. Now looking at Bailey Yanhong being locked up in the cold ice cave, being swallowed up by the extreme cold chi of the seven emotions and six desires, Gongsun Jiming's heart did not feel good either. She wants to help, does not want her sister to turn into a machine without feelings, but no ability. As the seven-colored glazed sect leader, it seemed to outsiders that it was a glorious sight. Only Gongsun Jimeng herself knew. She was nothing more than a puppet of the four supreme elders. The slightest bit of inattention could result in her being replaced. All these years of being the patriarch, Gongsun Jiming had always been careful, like walking on thin ice. Originally, she should not have appeared here. However, Lin Dong's recent performance had allowed Gongsun Jiming to see the hope of rescuing Bailey Yanhong. The relationship between these two people was not that simple at first glance. Moreover, Bailey Yanhong was Lin Dong's guide, bringing him from a low-level civilization to the Star Void realm. When Lin Dong had the strength, he would inevitably come to his rescue. Now what she had to do? It was for Bailey Yanhong to persevere. Doing her best, she tried to hold on for as long as possible and give Lin Dong a little more chance to grow. Gongsun Jiming had a feeling. Perhaps it would not be long. Lin Dong would carry a monstrous might and come to the seven-colored glazed sect to demand someone. At that time, she was afraid that the four supreme elders would not be able to resist even if they joined hands. She was vaguely looking forward to the arrival of this day. If a man could do this, her own sisters would be considered to have a good home. Gongsun Jiming would give her blessing. Leaving the seven-colored glazed sect was better than becoming an emotionless machine. Elder Hong. Gongsun Jiming opened her mouth and shouted. Sovereign! What are you doing here? Did Master change his mind? Bailey Yanhong's voice came from the ice sculpture. Her voice seemed to carry a layer of coldness. Not really. You know the temperament of the Supreme Elder, a decision made by her old man will not be easily changed. Gongsun Jiming shook her head. Then what are you doing here? Could it be that something has gone wrong with the Shiyu girls? Bailey Yanhong's voice began to take on some emotion. The time she had come into the cold ice cave was still short after all. The person herself was again at the late supreme level. The effects of the extreme cold air on her were still limited today. But it would be hard to say as time went on. Exactly how long she would be able to hold on would depend on Bailey Yanhong's willpower, as well as her determination. Elder Red, I want to ask you a question. Sovereign, please speak. If there was a chance to leave this place, would you go out? Are you saying that it's possible for the sect master to let me leave early? No. What I mean is to disobey the orders of the Supreme Elder, leave this place, and detach myself from the seven-colored glazed sect from now on. Gongsun Jiming spoke out of turn. Sovereign wants to let me go? It won't work. Since the establishment of the seven-colored glazed sect, there has never been anyone who could escape from here. Even if they could escape by chance, they would be hunted down by the master. There is no chance at all. I won't leave, and even more so, I won't drag you down with me. Bailey Yanhong directly refused. Gongsun Jiming released her. She indeed would not go. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to leave by herself, it would also involve the other party. That means as long as there is such an opportunity, without any worries, and the Supreme Elder won't hunt you down, you will choose to leave? Is there such a possibility? There is. For example, if someone comes to save you? Who? Who would come to save me? And who has the strength to save me? Master Teacher and the other three Supreme Elders, they are all true saint-level powerhouses. To be able to save someone under their noses, there are only a few in the entire Star Void realm that have this ability, but unfortunately, I don't know any of these people, and no one would be willing to come and save me. Nah. Perhaps you are about to recognize one, and I can tell that your relationship is still extraordinary. He will inevitably come to save you. Who? Bailey Yanhong asked curiously. Even she herself did not know. When had she ever known such a big shot? And also had a good relationship and would inevitably come back to save himself? Lin Dong. Chapter 1028. Hold on. Lin Dong? Bailey Yanhong asked incredulously. Right. It's Lin Dong, the one you brought from the lower-level civilization. Gongsun Jiming said with certainty. How could it be him? Bailey Yanhong raised the decibel of her voice. Ka-ching. At the same time a crack appeared in the ice sculpture. Immediately after. Click click click. A series of cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the entire ice sculpture shattered. The person in the ice sculpture appeared. A Bailey Yanhong in a long red dress, sitting cross-legged. At this time, she had some slight changes from before she came into the cold ice cave. The originally rosy skin had become somewhat pale, adding a three-dimensional sickly beauty. Her body was also filled with an icy aura. This was the result of being in the cold ice cave and being invaded by an extremely cold aura. At this point, it was still in the initial stage. With the passage of time, Bailey Yanhong would become colder and colder, and even her 7 emotions and 6 desires would be swallowed up, turning into an emotionless, unfeeling machine. Elder Red, I know it's hard for you to believe that a brat you brought out from a low-level civilization can grow to the point where he has the strength to save you from going out in such a short period of time. In fact, I didn't believe it at first, but it's just the way it is. I can't even believe it. Gongsun Ximing sighed. Sovereign, I want to know what exactly happened to Lin Dong after I entered the cold ice cave. Bailey Yanhong quickly calmed down and asked with a hint of expectation in her tone. The relationship between her and Lin Dong was a secret that only they themselves knew and would never tell. Although physically, the two did not have any contact. But mentally, the two had long since fused into one and had the most intimate relationship. If Lin Dong really had enough strength as the patriarch had said, then he came to save himself. Bailey Yanhong would not doubt it in the slightest. She knew that Lin Dong's spiritual power was extremely strong. Such a person was not destined to be ordinary. Achieving the Sage Realm would hardly encounter any obstacles or bottlenecks. However, that would be a matter for the future. Before he entered the cold ice cave, it seemed that Lin Dong had only entered the Eternal Realm for the first time, right? It would also take a long time for him to reach the peak of the supreme level. However, how long had passed since then? In such a short period of time, Lin Dong was able to grow to the point where he had the strength to save himself. Bailey Yanhong still felt that it was a bit heavenly. She knew her situation. Wanting to save her out, one would need to face the 4 true saint-level Taishan elders of the 7-colored glazed sect head-on. Beginning at the true saint level was definitely not an option, at least it would have to be the most peaked powerhouse in the true saint level. Or the legendary Saint King level. Bailey Yanhong really found it hard to believe how a brat who had first entered the Eternal Realm, or came from a low-level civilization, could cross several bottlenecks in such a short period of time to reach his current achievement. She desperately wanted to know what had happened to Lin Dong during this period of time. Gongsun Ximing then began to tell Bailey Yanhong about what happened after he entered the cold ice cave. In fact, she did not know much. From the time Lin Dong entrusted Yunxi and the others to her care, he then left the 7-colored glazed sect and headed to the central divine continent. After that, she had lost the news of Lin Dong. By the time he heard the name Lin Dong again, it was already when he was wanted by the Zheng family. Then came the time when Lin Dong did not know what means he had used to create a Lin Dong too. He repelled the Pang family's true saint-level powerhouse, Pang Tong, as well as the Zheng family's true saint-level powerhouse, Zheng Chuandong. Finally, he traveled to the Shiman family and killed Shiman Fugue, causing a vision of heaven and earth grieving together. Gongsun Ximing finished recounting everything he knew. It was only then that Bailey Yanhong widened her eyes and asked with a trembling voice, "Zong, Patriarch, are you saying that not only did Lin Dong repel the 2 true saint-level powerhouses of the Pang family and the Zheng family at the same time, but he also killed Shiman Fugue?" Yes. Lin Dong defeated 2 veteran true saint-level powerhouses at the same time, and Shiman Fugue became the first Sage Realm to fall in the Star Void Realm over the years, and the person who killed him was none other than Lin Dong. This, even though there was some preparation in his mind, Bailey Yanhong was still completely shocked. She knew that Gongsun Ximing would not lie to herself, nor was there a need to lie to herself. Then everything that they, Patriarch, had said was true? Lin Dong had really become a true saint level? And it was not as simple as being at the beginning of the true saint level. He was already able to fight 2 against 1 right now. Would it be far away to be able to fight 4 with 1? Patriarch, where is Lin Dong now? Bailey Yanhong asked eagerly. I am not too sure, His Elder Red. The purpose of me coming here today is to tell you that you must try to hold on for a little bit longer. You cannot allow the extreme cold chi to invade your body any longer. With Lin Dong's relationship with you, I believe that he will come to rescue you very soon, and when that time comes, even the 4 Supreme Elders will not be able to stop it. Gongsun Ximing replied seriously. I know, thank you, Patriarch. It's good that you know. If Lin Dong comes and sees that you are no longer the same as you were, but a machine with no feelings, I wonder if he will lift the 7-colored glazed sect. Gongsun Ximing teased. Bailey Yanhong froze for a moment at the words. Not to mention, there was really such a possibility. Being with Lin Dong for that period of time allowed Bailey Yanhong to understand that this brat was a very sentimental person. If she really turned out to be like what the patriarch said, I am afraid that Lin Dong would not be as simple as toppling the seven-colored glazed sect. Don't worry, Sovereign, I can definitely hold on. Elder Hong, can you tell me about Lin Dong? I am very curious as to what makes a young lad coming out of a low-level civilization able to come this far and accomplish a dream that the vast majority of people who have worked hard for their entire lives could never hope to achieve, and since you were the one who brought Lin Dong here, you must surely know some of his secrets. Gongsun Shiming suddenly asked. Patriarch. This question would actually be more appropriate for you to ask she and the others, they know more than me, after all, my contact time with Lin Dong is still too short. Bailey Yanhong replied after some thought. What she knew about Lin Dong was indeed limited. In comparison, Yun Shi and these women knew much more than her. Asking them? It's better to forget about it. These girls valued Lin Dong's safety more than their own lives. How could they possibly divulge anything about Lin Dong? They don't even trust me as their master. Gongsun Shiming laughed bitterly. That's also true. With the relationship between those girls and Lin Dong, they would be willing to die even for him, so naturally, they would not do anything unfavorable to Lin Dong. It's not like I will be unfavorable to Lin Dong. Even if I wanted to, I do not have that ability. Gongsun Shiming was dissatisfied. Patriarch, don't be angry, Junshi, these girls are actually very good at getting along with each other, it's because Lin Dong is too important to them, plus they don't understand you too well, that's why they are like this. I'd better start from how I got to know Lin Dong. Bailey Yanhong slowly told Gongsun Shiming the process of how she got to know Lin Dong. Apart from the matter of the two of them engaging in spirit melding, which was concealed by her, the others were basically told one by one. Chapter 1029, The Su Family's Complaint. Central Divine Continent, Western Region. The 47th large-scale trade area, deep within the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. The Su family's true saint-ranked powerhouse, Suken, pseudo-saint-ranked powerhouse, Su Luan, the chief governor of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank, Su Jingyuan, as well as the Su family's third young miss, Su Shueling, were all gathered together. The person opposite them was Lin Dong, who had just killed Shiman Fugue, a pseudo-saint grade, in the Shiman continent. When Lin Dong returned to the Central Divine Continent, he immediately came to the Su family to prepare to talk about the last deal. The late stage of the true saint level was not enough. What he did next, whether it was to go to the seven-colored glazed sect to rescue Sister Hong, or helping the Su family deal with the Pang family, all of them had to have Saint King level strength to do so. If he wanted to achieve the saint realm, the Su family was the key. Fellow Taoist Lin, this time you've become completely famous. You should know that it's been a long time since a saint stock fell in the Star Void realm. I didn't expect the first one to die at your hands. Suken said with a bitter smile. Fellow Taoist Su, Shiman Fugue is someone I will definitely kill, not to mention that he is a pseudo-saint level. Even if he is a true saint level, as long as I have the strength, I will kill him all the same. Lin Dong replied without a care in the world. The Shiman family is not enough to worry about. The most troublesome thing is the Sacred Alliance. Back then, the Sacred Alliance was established and made the rule that the Star Void realm does not allow any internal conflicts to happen. At first, there were some people who did not listen to it. However, after being pulled out by the Xin Yuan Alliance Master to make a few openings, no one dared to commit any more crimes. This time, if you killed Shiman Fugue, the Sacred Alliance is estimated to come to your doorsteps very soon. The people have all been killed, so let's find them. I, Lin Dong, will take it all on my shoulders. Fellow Taoist Su, let's put the matter of the Sacred Alliance to the side first. I have something more important to tell you now. Lin Dong changed the topic. The most important thing today, it was how to convince the Su family to complete this last transaction. 300 branches were fine, after all, the Treasure Bowl Merchant Bank was a large family and could not yet be hurt. However, merging the firms and taking up the shares of the Treasure Bowl Merchant Bank would be a bit excessive. Lin Dong also did not know how the Su family would react when they found out, and it was likely that they would be furious. However, in his opinion, the Su family was already desperate in the face of the Pang family's pressure, and if they did not cooperate with themselves, they would only be devoured by the Pang family. At least he himself wouldn't completely occupy the Polygon Merchant Company. After the merger, it would still be the Su family that would be in full control of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, and he would not be involved. Lin Dong's purpose was simply to spend money to obtain divine magnificence points. It was just that this could not be said, and even if it was said, no one would believe it. Fellow Taoist Lin, please speak. Before that, I have to ask fellow Taoist Su a few questions first. Lin Dong thought about it and decided to start from the side. It would probably be difficult for the Su family to accept it if he brought it up directly. Fellow Taoist Lin, please ask. Fellow Taoist Su, the Su family should be considered to have completely torn their faces off with the Pang family this time, right? And with you guys going out of your way to protect me, they can definitely guess some of the reasons why. Indeed, as far as I know, after Pang Tong went back, the Pang family has already begun to act, preparing to strike against my Su family with a thunderous force to seize control of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. Su Can replied directly. He knew that he could not naturally hide anything when he wanted Lin Dong's help. Otherwise, the other party could completely shrug off the help. Faced with such a powerful person with a strong background as well, there was nothing the Su family could do. Then what is your Su family going to do? Lin Dong asked. Fellow Taoist Lin, I am not going to hide it from you. The Pang family has been spying on my Su family's Treasure Basin merchant firm for not more than a day or two. Although we are not willing to do so, we have not had any good opportunity to get rid of them, and there is no other way but to resign ourselves to our fate. It was only until we met you that my Su family has been able to spark up our hope. That is why we decided to gamble on it and give you our full assistance to complete the mission after Jing Yuan had sent the news back to the Su family. At the same time, we also hope that you and your master can help my Su family get out of this predicament. After Su Can finished speaking, his eyes stared straight at Lin Dong. The other three did the same. Lin Dong's next reply would most likely determine the life and death of the Su family. The Su family had offended so many people for the sake of Lin Dong, was it not waiting for this time? Now that they had offended Pang Tong to death, there was no longer any possibility of reconciliation with the Pang family. The Pang family would definitely suppress the Su family with a thunderous force, not giving them a single chance. Right now, Lin Dong was the Su family's only hope. I, Lin Dong, have seen everything that the Su family has done for me, and I have also promised Ms. Su, so I will definitely help you. Hearing Lin Dong's words, the four members of the Su family collectively sighed in relief. But Lin Dong nodded his head. But what, he did not say further. This made the Su family anxious, and their hearts were once again in their throats. Su Luan eagerly asked, but what? Fellow Taoist Lin has difficulties? Alas. Fellow Taoist Su, you also know that I just killed a Sate realm and attracted the attention of the Sacred Alliance, and the head of the Sacred Alliance is not only a Sacred King level, but also the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm, and for this, my master, his old man, is very dissatisfied. However, he definitely won't let me be bullied by the Sacred Alliance, and just wants to once again ask him to come out to deal with the Saint King level ancestor of the Pang family. I am afraid that... After Lin Dong finished speaking, he glanced at the four members of the Su family and showed a difficult expression on his face. This was also an idea that came to him on the spur of the moment. Senior had already helped himself out of trouble once. It would be somewhat unreasonable to ask for his help again. Saint King level powerhouses also wanted to save face, didn't they? Speak out his difficulties first. Let the Su family fall into despair. Then make a request. From despair to hope. Then the likelihood of them accepting it was going to be much higher. Otherwise, if they made their conditions directly, the Su family would definitely be shocked and say that they were asking for a lot of money, taking advantage of the fire, and being whimsical. A few people from the Su family were directly dumbfounded. With 4 pairs of eyes, they stared straight at Lin Dong. The meaning of what Lin Dong had said could not be clearer. Simply put, it was that Lin Dong's master had already helped him to resolve the Sacred Alliance's troubles and would no longer help the Su family to deal with the Pang family. They had done so much just to want a Saint King level helper to deal with the Pang family ancestor. Now Lin Dong was saying that his Saint King ranked master teacher could not be invited. Wasn't this a pitfall? Without the help of a Saint King level powerhouse, what could the Su family do to resist the Pang family? Even if Lin Dong himself was willing to help, and his strength was good enough to be able to fight 2 or even 3 with 1, what was the use? Who would deal with the Pang family's Saint King level ancestor? All 4 of them looked at Lin Dong with somewhat aggravated eyes. Especially Su Xueling. Tears were beginning to well up in her eyes. A look like she was about to cry out. You said that it is not a good time for you to kill Shiman Fugue, but this time? Waiting to kill after helping the Su family get out of trouble, could your master still watch you being bullied by the Sacred Alliance? It's okay now. You yourself is cool. What about the Su family? Lin Dong was stared at with some embarrassment. Patting his chest, he assured, fellow Daoist Su, don't worry, even if my master does not come, I will do my best to help you, regardless of what the Pang family is not. When you need me, just squeak, I, Lin Dong, will never frown. Chapter 1030, From Despair to Hope. Lin Dong's loud assurances patting his chest did not make the Su family feel the slightest bit happy. The truth was that a true saint rank could not solve the Su family's problems at all. The Pang family was now determined to destroy the Su family, not to mention one true saint rank. Even if 10 came, it would not help. A Saint King level powerhouse was not something a true saint level could resist. The two were not on the same level at all. Otherwise, how would a Saint King level powerhouse have such a great deterrent power? A power with a Saint King level wouldn't be the topmost power in the Star Void realm. Mr. Lin, is it true that your master can't be invited? Su Shuiling asked in an aggravated manner. Lin Dong was the one she had brought back to the Su family. If it really ended up causing the early destruction of the Su family, she had a great responsibility. Moreover, according to today's situation, the Pang family might not leave the Su family with a little bit of life. Alas! Miss Su, I also did not expect things to develop to this point now. Only just now did Master Zun scold me, saying that I could not even manage my own affairs well, and I still have to manage others. Lin Dong sighed bitterly. Then, what about that? The Peng family has already started to make their moves. The only thing that our Su family is counting on is that your master Zun can come out and help us deal with the Peng family's old ancestor. If his old man doesn't come, our Su family will be completely finished. Su Shuiling sobbed in a small voice. Miss Su, I'm also very sorry about this. When my master's bullish temper comes up, no one can do anything about him. Even if I open my mouth and beg him, I will just be looking for scolding. Lin Dong looked like he was in a difficult situation. Su Shuiling got up and came to Lin Dong's body, directly kneeling on both knees, pleading, Mr. Lin, please think of a way, okay? You must ask your master to come out, otherwise so many people from my Su family will be added to the slaves of the Peng family. As long as you can help the Su family, Su Shuiling is willing to spend the rest of her life as an ox and a horse to serve you. Seeing this, Lin Dong hurriedly helped Su Shuiling up. Miss Su, what are you doing? As I said, I will definitely do my best to help you guys, but at my master's place, I really don't have much of a good solution. That kind of old codger, sometimes it doesn't make sense to talk about it. Alas! Shuiling, don't make things difficult for fellow Daoist Lin, it's my Su family that deserves this. Su Can suddenly spoke up. Old ancestor. It's all Shuiling's fault. It's Shuiling who's sorry for the Su family. I should have obediently married Peng Haoyan. I shouldn't have had any other thoughts. This way I could at least ensure that my Su family's legacy continues. Su Shuiling cried. Although she was dissatisfied that the Su family did not value her because she was a daughter. But after all, it was the family that gave birth to her and raised her. There was his most respected seventh grandfather here, as well as many good sisters. Once the Peng family got their way, the Su family would inevitably die many deaths. Even those who survived would only become slaves. Shuiling, come back. This isn't anyone's fault, but the Su family's fate. Su Can sighed. He knew the temperament of those Saint King-level old monsters. Since Lin Dong had said that he could not be invited, he had definitely done his best. What was the point of saying anything else? Su Luan and Su Jingyuan were also ashen. Lin Dong's master was not coming out. There was almost no hope for the Su family. If Lin Dong had not been in a hurry to kill Shiman Fugue, it would not have resulted in such an ending. But could they blame Lin Dong? Could not. Who Lin Dong wanted to kill was his freedom. It was just like what old man Su Can had said. This was the fate of the Su family. Su Shuiling returned to her position and silently sobbed, not even daring to make a sound. The atmosphere became grave and quiet. Lin Dong waited for a while. It felt that the time was almost up. Despair had already filled the hearts of the 4 members of the Su family. Now as long as there was a little hope, they would hold on to it as if they were grasping for a life-saving straw. Lin Dong then spoke, fellow Daoist Su, Miss Su, this matter is my fault. I did not expect that killing a mere pseudo-saint level would alarm the Sacred Alliance League leader. and that I would have to have my master personally come out to settle the matter, so much so that it has caused resentment in the heart of his old man. Fellow Taoist Lin doesn't have to blame himself. It was the Su family that deserved this. If there's nothing else, we'll go back first. The Pang clan has already made their move. My Su clan can't just sit back and wait for death. We have to unite all our forces and make a final resistance. Sukin got up and was about to leave after saying that. He had to return to the family as soon as possible and tell the others the news here. At the same time, he also had to be prepared to deal with the Pang family's thunderous strike. Fellow Taoist Su, take your time. I suddenly thought of an idea that might be able to help you. Lin Dong suddenly stopped. His words immediately drew puzzled gazes from the 4 members of the Su clan. Could it be that there was still a chance? Fellow Taoist Lin, please speak. My Su family is at the end of its rope. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will not give up. Su Kan hurriedly said. It's like this, fellow Taoist Su, look The Pang family's main purpose in making a move against you is to seize control of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, right? It hasn't been a day or two since the Pang family spied on the money tree that is the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, and many of the major powers in the Star Void realm are aware of it. The Pang family dares to spy on the Treasure Basin Merchant Company also because the Treasure Basin Merchant Company doesn't have a strong background, so have you guys thought about bringing in a strong shareholder? Let the Pang family not dare to act rashly. Lin Dong asked. Introducing a shareholder? Make the Pang family not dare to act rashly? The 4 members of the Su family were digesting the meaning of Lin Dong's words. It was not that the Su family had not thought of paying some price over the years to ask for the help of a Saint King rank. It had even secretly contacted forces that possessed a Saint King rank. However, they were rejected before they could even strike up a conversation. So much so that they had never thought about it in this regard. Lin Dong's words had woken them up. If they could bring Lin Dong and his master into the fold, then wouldn't it be possible to have these 2 masters and disciples contribute to fending off the Pang family? How could one be more dedicated to helping others than helping oneself? The resources that the Su family had given to the Pang family over the years had already taken up half of their earnings. However, the Pang family's ambition gradually began to become bigger and bigger, wanting to monopolize the entire Treasure Bowl trading company. It didn't even leave soup and water for the Su family. How could the Su family accept this? And from the recent feedback, the Pang family has the intention of driving the Su family to extinction this time. Pulling Lin Dong's master and disciple into the fold will not only preserve the Su family, but also the Treasure Basin trading firm. After all, Master Lin Dong was only 2 people, so his appetite should not be very large. The Pang clan, however, possessed countless clansmen in the direct and collateral lines that needed to be provided for. Thinking about this, Su Kan's eyes lit up as he asked with some uncertainty, does fellow Taoist Lin mean to pull your master into the fold as a shareholder of the Gathering Basin Merchant Firm in the name of the Gathering Basin Merchant Firm? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's heart burst into laughter. This old man was on the right track. It was right to be able to think of this. Immediately Lin Dong replied, it is not pulling my master, but pulling me. With my master's temperament, he will not care about these extraneous things. As long as I become a shareholder of the Gathering Basin Merchant Company, the Pang family's attempt to seize control of the Gathering Basin Merchant Company will directly infringe on the interests belonging to me, and then I will be able to ask my master to take action in a justifiable manner. But if you do this, your master teacher will definitely guess your intentions. Will he be willing to make a move? Su Kan asked with some worry. I won't ask for your shares for nothing. I will give as much money as I should. All this money can be accumulated by my division over the years. At that time, what the Pang family is encroaching on is the interests of my division. It is not even possible for my division father to not want to make a move. Lin Dong said confidently. The 4 members of the Su family brightened up. This method was feasible. Chapter 1031, a win-win result. Fellow Taoist Lin, I think your solution is feasible. However, taking a stake in the Treasure Basin Merchant Company is after all a big deal. I still need to discuss it with the rest of the Su family. Su Kan said after thinking for a while. He did not immediately agree to Lin Dong. However, as one of the 3 true saint-level ancestors of the Su family, there was basically no problem if he approved. The reason why he did not immediately agree was that he also had to discuss with the other 2 about how many shares would be appropriate to give to Lin Dong. Too little would likely result in Lin Dong's master teacher being unwilling to help. After all, it was not that simple to stop a Saint King level powerhouse. If it was too much, the Su family was afraid that they had just left the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den again. Fellow Taoist Su, it is better to decide as soon as possible. After the matter is done, I also need to inform my master, so that his old man can make preparations. The Pang family is coming in hot and heavy this time. The longer we delay, the more unfavorable it will be. Moreover, I can assure you that our master and disciple will never be involved in any of the affairs of the Gathering Basin merchant firm. There is no need for my master to say that. He will not care about any of this at all, and I don't have that kind of time and energy either. Lin Dong urged. Don't look at the fact that he was already at the late stage of the true saint level. He was also panicking in his heart. The Sacred Alliance could not say when they would look for him. At that time, what he had said would be worn out. Alright then. Fellow Taoist Lin, wait a moment. I'll go and confer with them and get back to you soon. Su Kan stood up and excused himself after saying this. This matter was related to the life and death of the Su family. As Lin Dong panicked, he was equally panicked. He could not wait to finalize the matter immediately. Let Lin Dong invite his master to come out and sit on the fence. Fellow Taoist Su, be my guest. Su Kan left the room and went elsewhere to contact the other two true saint levels of the Su clan. Mr. Lin, thank you. Su Shueling stood up and bowed. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Su Luan and Su Jingyuan both rose to thank them as well. The three of you don't need to be polite. I am very sorry in my heart for not being able to help your Su family resolve their troubles as previously agreed upon, and I ended up having to use this method, so I hope that you will not mind. Lin Dong said with an apologetic face. Don't say that, Mr. Lin, it's not your fault. Moreover, all of us have seen it in our eyes that you have tried your best to help the Su family so much. Yeah. Don't discount us, Mr. Lin, it is our Su family's good fortune to know you, otherwise we would have to resign ourselves to our fate. Facing Lin Dong's apology, all three of them were somewhat terrified. This was a true saint-level powerhouse. The strength was stronger than even their old ancestor. The person was also young and had unlimited potential. In the future, he would definitely be able to go even further. Behind him, there was also a Saint King level master. It can be said that such a character, when looking at the entire Star Void realm, is at the top. If anyone else had this kind of strength and background, they would have already dragged themselves up to the sky. Or would they care about them, and how could they possibly apologize to them? Just look at Pang Haotian. Just by breaking through a half-step sage realm, he was acting as if he was the boss of the heavens and the second to himself. Lin Dong, on the other hand, had always kept such a low profile. There was also a complete lack of any stance. With such a character, all three of them could not help but admire and sigh. It was no wonder that people were able to achieve what they did today. This broad-mindedness alone was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Who became a true saint-level powerhouse would still bow down to someone whose strength and background were inferior to their own? I am afraid that only Lin Dong would do so. Lin Dong's surface was filled with entanglement and an apologetic face. In his heart, he was already happy. It seemed that he had the right idea. Starting from the side, letting the Su family experience despair first before giving a little hope, things would be much easier. If Lin Dong had told the Su family right off the bat, he had to let himself in before he could bring out his master to help against the Pang family. The Su family would definitely be furious and say that he was striking while the fire was burning. Even if he was forced to agree in the end, the relationship between the two sides would not be too good in the future. To be honest, the Su family had helped him a lot. It could be said that without meeting Su Shueling, Lin Dong would not have reached his current strength how quickly. Hence, Lin Dong did not want to fall out with the Su family. This current result was the best. Not only had the purpose been achieved, the Su family would also have to sincerely thank him. As long as he achieved the Saint King level powerhouse, Lin Dong would definitely help the Su family with all his might. Even if anything happened to the Su family in the future, he would not sit idly by. This was a win-win outcome. Central Divine Continent, Central Region. The intelligence network of the Sacred Alliance could be said to be second to none in the Star Void realm. As the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader, Xian Yuanshou naturally knew what had happened in the first instance. The first sage realm to fall in the Star Void realm over the years was Shiman Fugue of the Shiman family. It was also a newly promoted Saint Realm powerhouse. And the one who killed him was that true saint-ranked powerhouse Lin Dong, who appeared out of nowhere. The battle between the two sides did not cause much damage and did not affect ordinary people. After killing Shiman Fugui, Lin Dong fought another battle in the void with Shiman Shanghua, the founder of the Shiman family. The result was unknown. This was the second time Xian Yuanshou had heard the name Lin Dong. The first time was when Shiman Fugui's death caused heaven and earth to grieve together. He knew about Lin Dong's repulsion of the Pang family's Pang Tong. He did not realize that the fall of the Sage realm was also his doing. Regarding this Lin Dong, Xian Yuanshou developed a strong curiosity. He wanted to know where this brat came from and who was standing behind him. Both appearances had caused such a big commotion. It was an indisputable fact that no matter what Lin Dong's purpose was to kill Shiman Fugui, he had violated the rules of the Sacred Alliance. Xian Yuanshou was prepared to meet this Lin Dong. Ask him face to face. At the same time, it was also necessary to teach this brat a little lesson. Let him know that there were some things that were not to be done. However, at the time when Xian Yuanshou had just moved, he was stopped in the void outside the central divine continent. The one who stopped him was a middle-aged looking man with a sturdy appearance. This person was none other than the Pang clan's Saint King level elder, Pang Zhong. Where is Alliance Master Xian Yuan going? Pang Zhong asked. Pang Zhong, what are you doing here? Xian Yuanshou asked the other party in return. I've come here to find you naturally. As for the purpose, Alliance Master Xian Yuan, you should be clear about it. Pang Zhong's purpose for coming to see Xian Yuanshou was simple: to urge the other party to agree to his proposal. Allow a Sage Realm powerhouse to step in to resolve conflicts without causing major losses. This proposal seemed simple. The meaning within it was anything but simple. On the surface, it meant that they could step in to resolve conflicts, but the actual meaning was that the Saint Realm was no longer protected and could be killed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this. Pang Zhong was preparing for the Su family, wanting to make a move against the Su family. There was bound to be a holy war. There might even be a fall of the Saint Realm. Pang Zhong didn't want to be stopped by the Sacred Alliance when he made his move against the Su family. So he gave Xian Yuanshou a precaution in advance. Reported a proposal to him. Unexpectedly, Xian Yuanshou pushed and pushed. Until now, he hadn't agreed. Seeing that the Pang family was about to make their move, Pang Zhong couldn't wait any longer, so he came over to urge him. Chapter 1032, Forcing the Palace. Pang Zhong, I won't pass your proposal. Xian Yuanshou did not stall for time this time, but directly rejected it. Why? Pang Zhong didn't seem to be surprised and asked calmly. He guessed that he knew that Xian Yuanshou had been stalling for time before. Do you know how much damage this proposal will cause to the Star Void Realm once it is passed? How much internal conflict? How many Saint Realms will fall? For the Star Void Realm, this is a disaster. Xian Yuanshou said in an aggressive manner. Alliance Master Xian Yuan, I know that your Xian Yuan family's mission is to guard the Star Void Realm, and I've always respected you, but I have to tell you that what you're doing is wrong. Pang Zhong shook his head, still looking calm. Oh? What I'm doing is wrong? Wrong in what way? You tell me instead. You want to protect everyone's safety, that's right, but do you know that your approach will make everyone in the Star Void Realm a flower in a hothouse? Strong people grow up in battles, one step at a time. Without battles, where do strong people come from? Can't you feel that since you made the rules, there are fewer and fewer newly promoted Saint Realms? Even if they become a Saint Realm, they are still the kind of weaklings with little battle experience, far worse than before. If this continues, sooner or later, the Star Void Realm will be finished, and… Pang Zhong said a whole lot in one breath. Xian Yuanshou listened and gradually frowned. This guy wasn't quite the same as before today, he seemed to have come prepared. Pang Zhong, I understand the meaning of what you're saying, but I still won't agree to your proposal, because once it's passed, it will inevitably cause a great chaos in the entire Star Void Realm, with countless deaths and injuries, and such an outcome is something the entire Star Void Realm is unwilling to see. Alliance Master Xian Yuan, isn't it just right to cause great chaos in the Star Void Realm? The survival of the fittest and the survival of the fittest, this is the law of nature and the law of nature, so why should you forcefully interfere with it with your personal will? Just like a chrysalis breaking out of its cocoon to become a butterfly, the process of it breaking free may seem vicious, but it's something that it must go through. If you don't have the heart to go up and give it a helping hand at this time, then you're doing it a disservice instead. Pang Zhong continued to persuade bitterly. Pang Zhong, what you're saying is too one-sided. The Star Void realm is in chaos. The result will only make the strong stronger and stronger, while the weak have no chance to stand out at all. As long as I'm still the Sacred Alliance Lord for one day, it's impossible for me to go through with your proposal. Cut. The crap, I've got business to attend to right now, so you can go now. Xian Yuan Shou was starting to get impatient. How could he not understand what Pang Zhong meant? As long as the proposal was passed, the Pang family would be the first to start a war. Then the Star Void realm would follow in great chaos and would start reshuffling the cards again. After the resources were consolidated, most of them would fall into the hands of the major powers, and ordinary people would no longer have a chance to make a name for themselves. The Sacred Alliance will also exist in name only. The survival of the fittest was indeed a natural law. But he, Xian Yuan Shou, as the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader, couldn't watch the Star Void realm become a land of parasites, where only the strong could survive. He would guard this place. Let ordinary people live in peace and have the opportunity to grow. This was the mission of the Xian Yuan family. It was also what Xian Yuan Shou had been working towards. At least after he made the rules. The Star Void realm had been calm for a long time. Ugh. You old codger, why doesn't it make sense? Pang Zhong said helplessly. Since you know it doesn't make sense, why do you have to run and say all this uselessness? Hurry up and get lost. I don't have time to keep you company here with your nagging. Shen Yuanshou did not give Pang Zhong the slightest bit of face, and directly began to kick him out. Since you said that you won't agree to this proposal as long as you're still the Sacred Alliance League leader, then Xian Yuanshou. This Sacred Alliance League leader, you simply don't want to do it. Retire to the second line and retire. The moment these words came out, the scene immediately fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere became more and more condensed. Even the surrounding void became distorted and a tiny crack appeared. Two Saint King level powerhouses faced off against each other. The slightest bit of breath leaked out. It was all terrifying to the extreme. Even the true Saint level had to avoid the front line for the time being. Xian Yuanshou also finally began to pay attention, staring carefully at Pang Zhong in front of him. Letting himself resign from his position as the Sacred Alliance leader and retire to the second line of retirement? Just who gave him the courage to say these words? It seemed that his own guess was correct. Pang Zhong really did come prepared this time. It was just that Xian Yuanshou still couldn't quite figure it out. How did this guy dare to say such things in front of himself? Is it that he hasn't made a move for too long? Do they all think he's easy to bully? Not only did someone dare to violate the ban and kill the Sage Realm, causing a vision of heaven and earth grieving together. There was also someone who dared to say something like asking himself to give up the Sacred Alliance League leader. Pang Zhong. Did you mean what you just said? Xian Yuanshou asked as he narrowed his eyes and let out a hint of cold light. Now he was angry. The anger of the number one powerhouse of the Star Void realm. It wasn't something that anyone could catch. Of course. Shen Yuanshou, you have violated the law of nature's superiority and inferiority, causing the Star Void realm to be bloated and causing some useless people to all consume the Star Void realm's limited resources. Therefore, several of our vice allies have joined together and are prepared to remove you from the position of allied leader. However, in light of your contribution to the Star Void realm, you can still enjoy the treatment of the Sacred Alliance's vice alliance leader after you have retired to the second line of the hierarchy. Pang Zhong said seriously. Xian Yuanshou looked at Pang Zhong. Suddenly, he said with a cold smile, everyone come out. Since you're here, why hide in the shadows? His words had just fallen. Several spatial cracks appeared behind Pang Zhong. A single figure walked out from within and stood with Pang Zhong. 3 old men and 1 old woman. Together with Pang Zhong, there were a total of 5 people. It was none other than the 5 Vice Alliance Masters of the Holy Alliance. Up to this point, the 6 known Saint King level powerhouses of the Star Void realm were gathered together. Aside from Pang Zhong, the remaining 5 all had an aged appearance, especially the old crone on crutches, as if half of her body was on the verge of going into the ground. But it was such a group of people. Yet they held up the ceiling of the Star Void realm's battle power. These 5 people looked pale. But it was important to know. There was no longevity limit in the Sage realm, not even an eternal heavenly tribulation. As a result, the functions of the various organs and cells of their bodies wouldn't age like ordinary people, and they were able to maintain their strongest vigor forever. Aging was just that they had lived for too long, and were psychologically old, which was why they showed this appearance. Xian Yuanshou looked at the 5 people in front of him. Knowing that things were in trouble this time, Pang Zhong had actually gathered all the other 5 Saint King levels to pressure himself. Even if he was as strong as he was, it was impossible for him to fight 5 against 1. What puzzled Xian Yuanshou the most was the Zhang family and the Pang family had always been at odds, and there was constant friction between the two families. How did Pang Zhong talk Zhang Taiyin into it? There was also this old woman, Ji Fanhua. She had promised herself back then. Nowadays, it was surprising that she was also siding with Pang Zhong. The Holy Alliance's 5 Saint King level Vice Alliance Masters were gathered together. Looking at the situation, they were preparing to force the palace. Chapter 1033, Changing Heavens. Sister Flourishing Flower, why are you even getting involved with Pang Zhong? And Zhang Taiyin, have you forgotten the grudge that the 2 great clans of Zhang Pang used to have? Xian Yuanshou asked with wrinkled brows. The Flourishing Flower sister in his mouth was none other than the exceptionally mysterious Eternal Life Island ancestor, K Flourishing Flower, in the Star Void realm. Zhang Taiyin was naturally the Saint King ranked old ancestor of the Zhang clan. The fact that these 2 had gotten involved with Pang Zhong was something Xian Yuanshou had not expected. The remaining 2 were within his expectations. Old brother Xian Yuan. Just say yes. The Star Void realm has been quiet for such a long time. It's time to shuffle the cards and clean out some of the trash. This is the trend. You can't guard the entire Star Void realm on your own. The old crone, Ji Fanhua, persuaded Alliance Master Xian Yuan. As long as you pass Pang Zhong's proposal, you will still be the Sacred Alliance leader, and as for the grudges between the 2 Zhang Pang families, you don't need to worry about it. Zhang Taiyin also spoke up. What if I don't pass it? Xian Yuanshou asked. If it doesn't pass, then we'll have no choice but to forcibly remove you as the Sacred Alliance leader, and I hope that you won't blame us when the time comes. The one who spoke this time was Pang Zhong. Ha ha. Good. Very good. Very good. You guys should have been plotting for a long time, right? Pang Zhong, it's me, Xian Yuanshou, who underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to gather everyone together. Xian Yuanshou laughed out loud. He truly hadn't expected it. Pang Zhong was actually able to unite the remaining 4. It seemed that there was a saying that was true. There are no eternal enemies. There are only eternal interests. With enough benefits, enemies could also become friends. Ally Xian Yuan, no matter what, all of us have seen the contributions you've made to the Star Void realm. Even if you're not the Sacred Alliance's ally, you'll still enjoy the treatment of a vice ally for life, and we'll always respect you. Pang Zhong, you don't need to be hypocritical there. I don't need to either. Since you dared to bring someone to force the palace, you must be very confident in your own strength. If you have the guts, let's have a fight. Let's see how much you've progressed over the years. Xian Yuanshou stared at Pang Zhong and said slowly. At the same time, he stood up straight. The aura of a Saint King level began to gush out. The moment the remaining 4 Saint King levels appeared and stood with Pang Zhong, Xian Yuanshou knew that the Star Void realm was about to change. It was because he couldn't do 1 against 5. The Star Void realm was bound to be in chaos next. Right now, he was in dire need of venting the anger in his heart. And the originator of this incident, Pang Zhong, was Xian Yuanshou's target. No matter what, he had to teach this bastard Pang Zhong a lesson first. Even if the other party didn't agree, he could at least suppress his momentum. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't take it. Unexpectedly, Pang Zhong smiled and agreed. If Alliance Master Xian Yuan wants to test my strength, I, as a junior, will accompany him. Pang Zhong. You're good. Senior Xian Yuan is overpraised. The 2 disappeared in place at the same time, going deeper into the void. The remaining 4 hurriedly followed. Pang Zhong was going to challenge Xian Yuanshou for the position of the #1 powerhouse in the Void Realm. This was a shocking battle. If you missed this village, there wouldn't be that store. Only the 4 of them dared to get close enough to watch the battle. No one else, even at the true saint level, dared to go. Lin Dong did not know. Xian Yuanshou did not come to him. It was the Pang family Saint King level ancestor who had blocked him. If he knew about it, he would have to thank the other party. Otherwise, what he had personally told the Su family that his master teacher had gone to solve the trouble of the Sacred Alliance was going to wear out. Not only had Pang Zhong blocked Xian Yuanshou for him, the pressure exerted by the Pang family had caused the Su family to accept Lin Dong's offer without any hesitation. To say that Lin Dong's strength could increase so quickly, the Pang family was to be credited. Central Divine Continent, Western Region. Lin Dong's few people did not wait long before Su Can returned in a hurry. From the expression on Su Can's face, it could be seen that he was extremely anxious right now. Just now, when he was in contact with the other two true saint levels of the Su family, Su Can had learned of a shocking piece of news. Xian Yuanshou would no longer be the Sacred Alliance leader. And the new Sacred Alliance master had caused the Su family to feel a great panic. He was the Pang clan Saint King level elder, Pang Zhong. When Su Can heard this news, he was confused on the spot. Pang Zhong had become the Sacred Alliance master? Then didn't Pang Zhong's proposal go straight through? That meant that a holy war could occur in the Star Void realm? This would be a devastating blow to the Su family. They were originally thinking that even if the Pang family made a move, the Sacred Alliance would mediate. After all, the Su family had these three true saint-level powerhouses, several false saint-level powerhouses. With the past style of the Holy Alliance, it would definitely not let it go. Bringing Lin Dong into the picture was also another preparation made by the Su family. This was because they knew that since the Pang family was going to make a move, they would definitely make sufficient preparations. It was just that this preparation was also too sufficient, causing the Su family to be somewhat caught off guard. Directly ousting Xian Yuanshou from the stage, he became the alliance leader himself. Is the Star Void realm going to be surnamed Pang in the future? Now that Pang Zhong has become the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader, the Pang family will have no more scruples. The Su family began to panic completely. The only hope now was Lin Dong. If anything happens to Lin Dong, then the destruction of the Su family was imminent. Su Can forced himself to calm down after entering the room and sitting down. He knew that he could not panic now. Nor could he let Lin Dong know that the Pang clan's ancestor had become the Sacred Alliance League leader. Otherwise, Lin Dong would most likely choose to stand by and watch. No one would be willing to offend the Sacred Alliance master. Lin Dong and his master would not be an exception. It was necessary to tie Lin Dong to the boat of the Su family to the death. Only then would the Su family have a ray of hope. Shares and whatnot, the Su family no longer valued them. Their only thought was to stay alive. Fellow Daoist Lin, how many shares do you think you need to take up to be able to invite your master to make a move? After calming down, Su Can opened his mouth and asked. Lin Dong's perception was powerful and he naturally sensed that Su Can was out of sorts. As soon as the other party exited, he became even more certain. It should be that he had just gotten some news that made Su Can so. It was possible that the Pang family's movements had come very violently. The Su family was a little overwhelmed. Lin Dong did not care either. He even felt that the Pang family was giving themselves an assist by doing this so that they could reach the Saint King level as soon as possible. After the matter was accomplished, I must thank the Pang family properly. If not for them, one's own strength wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. Fellow Daoist Su, how much can your Su family give? Lin Dong asked in return. It is not important how much we can give, what is important is how much is needed to invite out your master teacher. If we succeed in our cooperation, and your master teacher cannot see it and is ultimately unwilling to come out, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Su Can said. Where did he care about this now? If not for the fear that Lin Dong would become suspicious, it would be fine to directly let Lin Dong take up 80%, 90%. Then I would like to ask fellow Daoist Su, what is the value of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company? Only by knowing the approximate figure will I know how much of the funds given by Master Teacher will be able to buy it, and by spending all of the years of accumulation of the Master Sect, Master Teacher will surely make a move, or else we will become paupers. Chapter 1034, 400 million billions. Jing Yuan, you're the chief governor of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank, you should know the value of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank. Tell fellow Daoist Lin about it. Su Can looked at Su Jing Yuan. Back to old ancestor. The Treasure Basin Merchant Bank has many invisible assets, the exact value of which cannot be estimated. Su Jingyuan shook his head and said. Although he was the chief governor of the Poly Treasure Basin Merchant Bank. However, the Poly Treasure Basin Merchant Bank had accumulated countless treasures through the Su family's generations of development, and these were incalculable. There were also countless resources stored in the various branches. It was simply impossible to give a specific value in a short period of time, even an approximate figure would be difficult. All of the wealth and resources of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company combined would rank at least in the top 3, if not the top 2, in the Star Void realm. That was why the Pang family was making such a big deal out of it. They wanted to seize control of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company at all costs. This was a huge money tree. It could provide the family with a constant stream of resources, allowing the family to grow and develop. How long will it take to calculate? Su Kan then asked. It is impossible to determine. The time could be very long. Su Jingyuan answered truthfully. That won't work. The Pang family has already begun to make their moves. A long period of time will cause things to become uncontrollable and many changes will occur, and the Su family's losses will be incalculable. Fellow Taoist Lin, what do you think? Su Kan turned his gaze towards Lin Dong, seeking the other party's opinion. I also feel that it won't work for a long time, so why don't we just say a price directly? Less the night grows long, I just did the math, the entire assets given by Master Teacher added up, I can probably still come up with 400 million billion star yuan coins, just see how many shares you guys can take up. Lin Dong said after some thought. This figure was the result he had gotten after careful calculations. Right now, Lin Dong's physique was at the 7th rank of the True Saint level and his mental strength was only at the 1st rank of the True Saint level. Raising both to the True Saint grade 10th order would still require 1,200,000 Divine Magnificence points. 2 True Saint rank 10 steps and then raising them to Saint King rank 1 at the same time would require a full 20 million Divine Magnificence points. At that time, his battle power would come to the early Saint King rank. However, this was not yet Lin Dong's goal. Since this was the last transaction, it was necessary to take one step and directly ascend to the limit in order to be able to stand proudly in the Star Void realm and not fear anyone. Saint King grade 1st stage to Saint King grade 10th stage would each require 9 million Divine Magnificence points, and the physical and spiritual strength both added up to a total of 18 million. Adding the 20 million for breaking through the Saint King rank earlier, and the 1.2 million, the total would be 39.2 million Divine Greatness points. Once he had these 39.2 million Divine Magnificence points, Lin Dong's battle power would surpass the peak of the Saint King rank, coming to a new height. As for what realm was after the Saint realm, he did not know. It was not something that could be compared to the Saint King level anyway. At that time, who else in the Star Void realm would be Lin Dong's opponent? The Saint King level would come 1 to fight 1, and come 2 to abuse a pair. As long as one spends the 40 million billion star dollar coins and gets 40 million Divine Magnificence points, everything would be resolved. Whether or not to spend the rest of the star yuan coins was no longer of much significance. Even if all of them were spent, it would be impossible for the battle power to continue to increase. Thus there was no need for that. 40 million Divine Magnificence points were enough to solve everything. Lin Dong's words caused the 4 members of the Su family, collectively, to be taken aback. 40 million billion star dollars? Even though the Su family was in control of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, an economy that ranked in the top 3 in the Star Void realm. However, the fact that Lin Dong was able to take out 400 million star yuan coins in one go still made them unable to help but let out a gasp of amazement. Several people were curious. What kind of sect was Lin Dong's division? It actually possessed such a vast amount of wealth. Even in the history of the Star Void realm, it was by no means a nobody. In today's Star Void realm, it was feared that 99% of the forces that had poured out all their money would not be able to reach this level. Fellow Taoist Lin's division is really admirable. There are only a handful of forces in the Star Void realm right now that can take out so much wealth, not to mention that you guys have been hiding it for years, so I'm sure you weren't nameless back then either. Su Kan said with quite a bit of shock. That's. I have heard my master said, the master's clan was once brilliant, at that time it did not lose to any power, all this wealth was accumulated at that time, as to why it was hidden, and fell to the present day there are only the master and disciple 2 left, the master did not say, and I did not dare to ask. Lin Dong said with a proud face. Since fellow Taoist Lin has said so, Jing Yuan, just take a look at how many shares you can take up with these 40 million billion star yuan coins. Hurry up and finalize the agreement and sign it so that fellow Taoist Lin can report it to his master. I also have to go back to the Su family to make preparations for the Pang family's raging storm. Su Can urged. Old ancestor. You're asking me to set? Su Jingyuan pointed at himself and asked with a confused expression. Such a big matter. The old ancestor had actually asked him to decide. Su Jingyuan felt a little terrified. It would be fine if it was a longer period of time. It was just like Lin Dong's purchase of the 300 branches of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. As long as there was enough time, Su Jingyuan was confident that he would be able to do the math, not letting both parties suffer. But for him to estimate it now, immediately, it would be a bit too strong. The Treasure Bowl Merchant Company still had tens of thousands of branches, as well as all kinds of treasures that had accumulated over the years, so how could it be possible to immediately estimate it? Giving a random price was irresponsible to both the buyer and the seller. You are the chief governor of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank. There is no one more familiar with the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank than you. Who do you not set? Could it be for me to set it? Su Can glared and said. That let me think. Su Jingyuan stammered and replied. Hurry up. Don't dilly-dally like a bitch. Since fellow Taoist Lin is letting us estimate the price, he won't care about that little gain or loss. Therefore, it's even more important that we don't let fellow Taoist Lin suffer. Just estimate it higher. It's fine for us to suffer a little loss. Su Can added. The scene began to quiet down. Su Jingyuan was carefully calculating what kind of figure to give. Lin Dong did not rush to urge. Although he was flustered in his heart, he did not care about this little bit of time. About a minute or so had passed. Su Can could not help himself. Pang Zhong was now the Sacred Alliance League leader. There was not much time left for the Su family. Every second must be seized. Su Jingyuan, can you get a grip? Giving an estimate is such a pain in the ass, so many years of being the chief banker for nothing? Su Can asked in a huff. Old ancestor. Then we give 40% to Mr. Lin? What do you think? Su Jingyuan asked carefully. 40 million billion star yuan coins for 40% of the shares. Calculating the total value of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company was 100 million billion star yuan coins. This was actually greatly underestimating the value of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank. As one of the 5 largest merchant banks in the central divine continent, just the tens of thousands of branches plus the stored resources were already far more than that. Not to mention the various exotic treasures that had accumulated over the years. The value was even more incalculable. Reporting a 40% shareholding, it was obvious that Su Jingyuan understood what was at stake. The situation is stronger than the people. Nowadays, the Su family's situation can be said to have reached the point of survival. If you give less, Lin Dong's master is not satisfied and will not help. What about? Once the Su family is gone. Once the Su family is gone, everything will still be the Pang family's? Only then did Su Jingyuan quote the figure of 40%. Chapter 1035, The Eve of the Breakthrough. 40%? Su Chen deliberated for a moment, feeling that this number was still relatively reasonable. Su Jingyuan should have thought with his heart and combined it with the actual situation before giving it. If he had not gotten that news just now, Su Can would have agreed. But it was different now. Pang Zhong had become the Sacred Alliance master. The Su family would definitely not be able to pull Lin Dong and his master without hemorrhaging money. So this amount was still low. Su Can thought for a moment and said, 40% is a bit low, why don't we just go for 50%? Fellow Taoist Lin, what do you think? Let's split it in half. It will not be in vain for your master teacher to make a move. After all, the Pang family also has a Saint King level powerhouse. 50%? The hearts of the 3 of them, Su Jingyuan, sank. It wasn't that they felt it was given too high. Rather, it could be seen from this that the Su family's situation was not optimistic. Otherwise, the old ancestor would not have given such a high percentage. Fellow Taoist Su, let's forget about 50% and take a compromise figure, 45%. With this share, it is also good for me to hand over to the master. I believe he will be satisfied, as long as his old man is satisfied, everything is not a problem. Lin Dong said. Good. 45% then, fellow Daoist Lin will contribute 40 trillion star yuan coins, accounting for 45% of the shares of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, Jing Yuan, draft an agreement right away. Both fellow Daoist Lin and I still have matters to attend to after signing it. Yes, old ancestor. Su Jingyuan replied. After saying this, he got up and walked out of the room, going as fast as he could to handle it. He soon returned with an agreement. Both Lin Dong and Su Kan signed it and pressed their handprints. As one of the three true State-level powerhouses of the Su family, Su Kan was naturally able to fully represent the entire Su family. After the signing of the agreement was completed, Lin Dong used his system to pay the huge sum of 40 million billion star dollars into the public account of the Treasure Bowl Merchant Bank. This huge sum of money actually belonged to the Su family. However, at this critical moment, everyone did not care. Where was money more important than life? Fellow Daoist Lin, we have a good cooperation. I hope you can quickly invite your master teacher out and preserve our common property. Su Kan extended his hand and said. Don't worry. Fellow Daoist Su, this time, I, Lin Dong, will definitely do what I say and will never do what I did last time. Lin Dong also extended his hand and shook Su Kan's hand and said. Then please. Su Kan withdrew his hand and bowed deeply towards Lin Dong. He had something big to hide from Lin Dong this time. It did not reveal the matter of Pang Zhong becoming the Sacred Alliance League leader. He was afraid that Lin Dong would choose not to help the Su family anymore after knowing about it. After all, no one was willing to offend a top-tier figure like the Sacred Alliance Master. Even Lin Dong's master teacher would not be an exception. It could only take the form of concealment, tying Lin Dong and his master teacher to the Su family. Su Kan still had one more question in his mind. What method had Pang Zhong used to drive Shen Yuanshou, the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm, off the position of the Sacred Alliance League leader? It would have been better if he had united the other 4 Vice Alliance Masters. If he directly defeated Shen Yuanshou and took his place, then things would be greatly unpleasant. I am afraid that even if Lin Dong's master teacher stepped in, it would be difficult to protect the Su family. That would be the Su family's fate. No matter what. Lin Dong and his master were the last glimmer of hope for the Su family. Even if they could not preserve everyone in the Su family, they would still have to preserve the Su family's flame so that the Su family could continue to pass on. What is fellow Daoist Su doing? Quickly get up. Lin Dong wanted to help Su Kan up, but Su Kan bent over and refused to get up. He had a guilty conscience in his heart. Seeing this, Su Luan, Su Jingyuan, and Su Shueling hurriedly bowed 90 degrees towards Lin Dong. Please, Mr. Lin. The three said at the same time. The old ancestor had bowed. Where else would they dare to stand? Lin Dong was helpless. He can only take a step back and bowed towards Su Kan as well. The two of them bowed to each other like this, like the ancient worship of earth. Su Kan bowed because he had a guilty conscience towards Lin Dong in his heart, hiding from Lin Dong and pulling him onto the boat of the Su family. Lin Dong bowed purely to thank the other party. The Su family could be said to be his great benefactor. Without the Su family, how could Lin Dong achieve the true saint rank in such a short period of time? Moreover, he was about to become a Saint King level or even surpass the Saint King level. This kind of speed of advancement, let alone in the Star Void realm, a rank 7 civilization. Even in an 8th level civilization, a 9th level civilization, or even a god level civilization, I'm afraid it wouldn't be this fast. Spending money alone was slow, not to mention the fact that one had to worry about attracting the attention of powerful people. At that time, Lin Dong did not have the strength to deal with it. Just because he had met Su Shueling. How many things had been saved for him? How much time did it allow him to save? Therefore, Lin Dong was truly grateful to the Su family. In his heart, he also secretly vowed. No matter what difficulties the Su family encountered in the future, as long as he, Lin Dong, was around for a day, he would guarantee it and would never allow any accidents to happen to the Su family. This was the promise of a powerhouse who was about to surpass the Saint King level. It signified that the Su family would inevitably continue to grow bigger and stronger in the days to come, creating another brilliant future. Fellow Daoist Lin, no, never. Seeing that Lin Dong had also bent down, Su Kan hurriedly helped him up. The two men helped each other up. Both were mutually grateful in their hearts. A few of you should also quickly get up. This would really be too much of a courtesy. Lin Dong said. The Su Shueling trio did not move. They were waiting for the old ancestor's words. If fellow Taoist Lin tells you to get up, you guys get up. Su Kan followed. Yes, old ancestor. Only then did the three straighten their backs. Without the old ancestor's permission, they didn't dare to get up. Fellow Taoist Lin, the matter is done, I'm going to take my leave. The Su family still has a lot of things waiting for me to deal with, and the Peng family is coming on strong, we have to be prepared as well. Fellow Taoist Su, please go ahead. I also have to contact my master as soon as possible to get him ready to come out. This time, please don't worry, I'm 100% sure that I'll be able to invite his old man, and I won't let you all down. Then thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Su Kan cupped his fists and said. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is all what I should do. Farewell. Farewell. Su Kan turned his head to look at the three of them, Su Shueling, and said, Su Luan, you go back with me. Jing Yuan and Shueling will stay here to accompany Taoist Lin. Yes, old ancestor. The three of them replied at the same time. Su Kan then took Su Luan and tore through space to leave. Only Lin Dong and Su Shueling as well as Su Jingyuan remained in the room. Mr. Lin. Then we will leave you alone. If you need anything, just let us know, we are always on standby. Su Dingyuan also took his leave. Thank you, Governor Su. I also need to contact Senior Master, his elder, so that he can come out as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome if I am late. Lin Dong returned. Then Mr. Lin, you are busy first, we will take our leave. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. Su Shueling greeted. Goodbye, Miss Su. Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling also left. Only Lin Dong was left alone in the room. After sending the two away, he directly sat on the floor and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. The next moment was the most important moment. Chapter 1036 Star Void Realm Tremor. Lin Dong sat on the floor, adjusted himself and opened the system panel. His eyes fell directly onto the Divine Magnificence points in the last column. Divine Greatness points, 40015,348. Looking at the figure of 40 million, he finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he knew that the system wouldn't have any surprises, it was only when he actually saw it that he could put his heart down. With these 40 million Divine Greatness points, his strength was about to take another qualitative leap. From the late True Saint level, he would leap into an existence that surpassed the Saint King level. The 4 True Saint level Taishan elders of the 7-colored glazed sect would be insufficient to worry about and could easily rescue Sister Hong. The Peng family's Saint King level elders would no longer be a problem either, and could be dealt with at his fingertips. The entire Star Void realm would be honored by him. It was just like when he was in the Galaxy and became the Lord of the Galaxy. In the Star Void realm where the strongest battle power was merely Saint King level. Reaching a strength beyond the Saint King level. Wasn't that the Lord of the Star Void realm? In fact, Lin Dong had never wanted to be the number one powerhouse of anything. He only wanted to protect the people around him. It was the same on Earth, it was the same in the Milky Way galaxy, and it was still the same now in this Star Void realm. But there was no way. He didn't want to. But there were always people forcing him to keep breaking through. Every time he arrived at a new place, something would always come up, making him have to work hard to spend money to obtain Divine Magnificence points, which he would use to enhance his strength. When he first arrived in the Galaxy, he encountered the remnants of the Celestial Dynasty colluding with the 9-headed Zhao clan in an attempt to overthrow the Galaxy Empire. Could Lin Dong sit idly by and watch the humans of the Star Void realm being used as food by the 9-headed Zhao clan? Obviously, he could not. Then, when he came to the Star Void realm from the Galaxy, he encountered Sister Hong being imprisoned in the cold ice cave. One must have Saint King level strength to save her. Got it. Another effort must be made to spend money to enhance his strength. Lin Dong calmed down and thought about it. Ever since he obtained the system, it was as if there was a pair of invisible hands pushing him to keep moving forward, not being able to slack off for a moment. Otherwise, how could he encounter such coincidences every time? Of course, this was only Lin Dong's conjecture. The greater possibility was that getting the system had used up all his luck. That was why he had encountered so many things. Since he had encountered it, he had to find a way to solve it. Then, let's start making a breakthrough. Lin Dong first spent 300,000 Divine Magnificence points to raise his physique from True Saint Grade 7th Order to True Saint Grade 10th Order. Then, he spent another 900,000 Divine Magnificence points to raise his spiritual strength from True Saint Grade 1st Order to True Saint Grade 10th Order. The dual limits of physical and mental strength came into play. His strength had come to the half-step Saint King rank. At this point, this elevation had only just begun. The front was merely an appetizer. The next breakthrough to the Saint King level was the main course. As long as he stepped over this hurdle, Lin Dong would then become one of the top combatants in the Star Void realm. After adapting to the changes in his body, Lin Dong tapped on the plus sign behind his physique. A window popped up. This breakthrough will consume 10 million Divine Magnificence points. After the breakthrough, the host's physique will change from the original True Saint Grade 10th Order to Saint King Grade 1st Order. Please reconfirm once again, do you want a breakthrough? Below were two options. Yes and no. Lin Dong naturally chose yes without hesitation. Another 10 million Divine Magnificence points disappeared. The system revealed a line. Host's physique breakthrough is in progress, please wait. With that, Lin Dong closed his eyes and began to feel the changes brought about by the physique breakthrough. While Lin Dong was raising his strength, the Star Void realm had completely exploded. The Sacred Alliance had issued an announcement. Xian Yuanshu was no longer serving as the Sacred Alliance Alliance Master. The new Sacred Alliance Alliance Master would be Vice Alliance Master Pang Zhong. The moment this news was announced, it immediately caused an uproar in the Star Void realm. It even directly surpassed the death of Shiman Fugui, a saint realm. Everyone couldn't believe this was true. Xian Yuanshu was recognized as the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm. Ever since he became the Sacred Alliance League leader, he had established many rules that favored the weak. He had kept the Star Void realm at peace until now. Now that this just and strict old man had resigned as the Sacred Alliance Master, it represented the end of an era. A new era was coming. What changes this new era would cause in the Star Void realm was unknown at this time. Ordinary people might not know what was at stake. But many forces had already felt bad. This was because Pang Zhong happened to be the one who, not too long ago, proposed abolishing the old rules. Xian Yuanshu, the then Alliance Master, had never agreed to it. Now that Xian Yuanshu had stepped down and Pang Zhong had become the Sacred Alliance League leader, wouldn't he be able to implement his idea openly and honestly? I'm afraid that the Star Void realm, which had been calm for so many years, would begin to be in chaos. This was the thought of many forces. They also all smashed to start discussing countermeasures. In addition to that, everyone had another doubt. That was why would Xian Yuanshu suddenly cease to hold the position of Sacred Alliance League leader? One had to know that the lifespan of the Sage realm were all unlimited. There was simply no such thing as birth, old age, sickness, and death. No matter how long Xian Yuanshu lived, he would always be at his peak. And on what basis would Pang Zhong drive him off the stage and sit on it himself? Could it be that the #1 powerhouse of the Star Void realm had changed hands? From Xian Yuanshu to Pang Zhong? It's quite possible. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how Pang Zhong was able to sit on the position of Sacred Alliance Master. The change of the Sacred Alliance's leader. The other forces in the Starry Void realm, except for the 6 top forces, were all on edge. Beginning to act one after another. Gathering their own spheres of influence. Preparing to temporarily hold on to one side first and see what happens. And among these forces, there was none more panicked than the Su family. The Su family was originally a subsidiary family of the Pang family. Every year, it had to supply the Pang family with countless resources for the Pang family members to cultivate. The relationship between the two families had always been good. However, as the Treasure Basin Merchant Company grew larger and larger, its ability to make money became stronger and stronger. The Pang family's appetite also became bigger and bigger. The resources provided by the Su family started out at 20% of the Treasure Bowl's profits, and slowly rose to 30, 40, 50, and up to 60%. It still did not satisfy the Pang family's huge appetite. The Pang family believes that the reason why the Treasure Bowl Trading Company has grown to its current size is because of the Pang family's prestige. Without the Pang family, it would be impossible for the Treasure Basin Merchant Company to become one of the 5 largest merchant companies in the central Divine Continent. So they wanted more. Not only that, the Pang family also thought that the Su family was selfish and was hiding the profits of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company. Then they began to plan to seize control of the Treasure Basin Merchant Bank. This led to a gradual deterioration in the relationship between the two families. The reason for this was that the Treasure Basin Trading Company was too profitable. A big tree attracts the wind. If the Treasure Bowl Merchant Bank was still a small to medium-sized merchant bank, the Pang family would never have expended so much energy to seize it. Now that the two great families had completely torn their faces apart, the Su family going out of their way to help Lin Dong was, in the Pang family's opinion, looking for help. So in order to avoid any mishaps, the Pang family decided to speed up and take down the Su family with a thunderous force. Chapter 1037, Hopeless. When Su Jingyuan and Su Shueling received this news, they were directly scared out of their wits. They finally understood. Just now, after the old ancestor left and came back again, why he became so flustered. I'm afraid that at that time, the old ancestor had already known that the Pang clan's same king-ranked elder ancestor, Pang Zhong, had become the Sacred Alliance League leader. It did not say it on the spot. It was also because he was afraid that Lin Dong would change his mind. The difference between the Sacred Alliance Master and the Sacred Alliance Vice Master seemed to be a difference of one word, but in reality, it was a world of difference. This was because the Sacred Alliance Master was the recognized #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm. The Vice Alliance Lords, on the other hand, had 5 of them, and it was hard to say who was strong and who was weak. Not only that, the Sacred Alliance Master also held the power of the Sacred Alliance Enforcers, and could decide the life and death of countless forces with a single word. This was something that a Vice Alliance Lord did not possess. If Pang Zhong was merely an ordinary Saint King level, Lin Dong was able to ask his master to intervene, and there was a high possibility that he would be able to protect the Su family. After all, at the Saint King level, everyone had to give face. The Pang family was a large family and did not dare to offend a Saint King rank at will. This was especially the case with a Saint King rank like Lin Dong's master, who was unattached, with just the master and disciple in the entire division. However, now that Pang Zhong had become the Sacred Alliance League leader, would Lin Dong's master still offend such a character for the sake of the Su family? I am afraid not. The small amount of shares that the Treasure Basin merchant firm accounted for was simply not worth allowing a Saint King rank to offend the Sacred Alliance master. In other words, the Su family was completely hopeless? Su Shueling's face was white, her eyes were lifeless as she sat paralyzed on the ground. They had clearly made their best efforts. Everything was starting to develop in a good direction. Why would such an accident occur at the last minute? The current situation was that Lin Dong had no idea what kind of enemy they were dealing with. That was the Sacred Alliance League leader, who was most likely still the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm. His master's father would probably not even show up when he heard that name, right? 7th grandfather. What should we do? Su Shueling asked in a trance. Su Jingyuan beside her was no better. The moment he learned that Pang Zhong had become the Sacred Alliance League leader, he knew that the Su family was completely finished. No one could save the Su family. Not even Lin Dong's master. This is probably the Su family's fate. We have tried our best, but we still lost to fate. Su Jingyuan sighed. He also did not expect things to come to this point. How did Pang Zhong become the Sacred Alliance League leader? Wasn't Xin Yuan Shou the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm? Why did he give up the position of Alliance Lord? Or had Pang Zhong already defeated Xin Yuan Shou? Become the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm? Lost to fate? I don't believe in fate. Otherwise, I would have accepted the family's arrangement a long time ago. 7th Grandpa, do you think Mr. Lin will have a solution? Su Shueling asked with a miserable smile on her face. Shueling, give up. We can't cause any more trouble for Mr. Lin, even if he's willing to help us, his master won't agree, the Sacred Alliance Master has too much power. But I'm not willing to do that. We've already given so much, why can't the heavens give the Su family a chance? What have we done wrong? What we did wrong was that we shouldn't have focused all our energy on the Treasure Basin merchant firm and developed it to such a large size, so large that even the Pang clan was red in the eyes. If the Treasure Basin merchant firm was still a small merchant firm, the Sioux clan wouldn't have ended up in this situation. No. I think the most wrong thing about us is that we are too weak. If the Sioux family also had a Saint King rank, would the Pang family still dare to treat us like this? Saint King level? How easy is it to talk about? The entire Star Void realm only has a few Saint King rankers after so many years of development, and even if there are some hidden in the shadows, there won't be too many. 7th Grandpa, do you think Lin Dong's master will be stronger than Pang Zhong? Su Shuiling asked with a hint of expectation. Impossible. Lin Dong and his master have been hiding for so many years just to recuperate from their injuries, and now that they are perhaps just recovering from their injuries, how could they possibly win against Pang Zhong, who drove the Xian Yuan Alliance master off the stage? Su Jingyuan shook his head. When Su Shuiling heard this, her entire body lost its strength and completely died. She also knew that this was the outcome. But she just wasn't willing to want to ask. Then what should we do now? Wait. The family should send you young and promising direct descendants a way to keep the family legacy intact, but next you'll have to live in anonymity, hoping that one day, you'll be able to recreate the splendor of the Su family. Su Jingyuan said after some thought. 7th Grandpa, I won't leave. I don't want to live those days, I'd rather follow the Su family into extinction. Su Shuiling said firmly. To ask her to live that kind of life where she was in the dark, in fear all day long, and could be caught by the Pang family at any time. Su Shuiling would not be willing to do so, she would rather die. Shuiling, there's no fear of no firewood if you stay green, as long as you live, there's hope. No. 7th Grandpa, you know me well enough to know that I will not live on. You. Alas. Su Jingyuan sighed, not knowing how to persuade. The two were silent like this for a while. Su Shuiling also slowly calmed down. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, 7th Grandpa, I'll go and tell Mr. Lin the true situation. Otherwise, if his master ancestor comes out and knows that his opponent is the Sacred Alliance League leader, he will definitely punish Mr. Lin. And since he can't change the ending, then let's not drag Mr. Lin into it. But just now, the old ancestor didn't even tell Mr. Lin. Instead, he tried his best to pull him in. If we say anything, will it affect the old ancestor's plan? Su Jingyuan hesitated. 7th Grandfather, do you think there's still hope for our Su family? Su Shuiling asked. Su Jingyuan shook his head and said with certainty, no. Then we should tell Mr. Lin the true situation. Old ancestor did not say anything because he wanted to pull Lin Dong and his master into the pit. After all, one more person is more power, and they have just met not long ago. Their relationship is average, but I do not want Mr. Lin to feel that I am lying to him. Hearing Su Shuiling's words, Su Jingyuan's heart suddenly flashed. The Su family was definitely hopeless. Why not let Shuiling follow Lin Dong and leave together? The two of them had known each other for a long time and had a good relationship. There was Lin Dong's master. The Pang family would not dare to stop them. There was also no need to live in that kind of anonymity. The more he thought about it, the more Su Jingyuan felt that it was feasible. So he said, Shuiling, then you should quickly go and tell Mr. Lin. If necessary, you can tell the old ancestor's purpose for concealing this matter, and you went to tell him the first time you got the news, so make sure to increase Mr. Lin's goodwill towards you. I'll go now. After Su Shuiling finished speaking, she got up and quickly left. She also didn't pay attention to what Su Jingyuan said afterward. All she knew was that 7th Grandpa had agreed to what she was doing. Then she had to hurry and go inform Mr. Lin. Hopefully, Mr. Lin hadn't contacted his master teacher yet. Otherwise, he would definitely give Duke Lin a bad scolding. Letting his master's father go against the Sacred Alliance League leader? Was this to deceive his master? Chapter 1038 Disturbance. Su Shuiling came to the room she had just left. Listening carefully, there didn't seem to be any movement heard inside. Could it be that Mr. Lin had finished contacting his master? She hurriedly knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Dong's voice came from inside. Su Shuiling pushed the door and entered. She only saw that Lin Dong was sitting on a chair, and his face did not seem to look well. It caused a shock in her heart. Mr. Lin would not have already been scolded by his master, right? One had come late? What could be done about this? Duke Lin had found out that the Su family was deceiving him. He would definitely be displeased with the Su family and himself. How should I explain? Su Shuiling's heart was in turmoil for a moment. She did not know how to open her mouth. Lin Dong had just broken through his physique to the first stage of the Saint King grade, and his battle power came to the early stage of the Saint King grade, and he was about to build on his success and break through his spiritual power along with it in one go. As a result, he realized that Su Shuiling had come. This feeling of being interrupted in the middle of peeing and having to forcefully hold it back was difficult for Lin Dong. It was a wonder that his face could look good. If the one who came was not Su Shuiling, a person who had done him a great favor, I am afraid that Lin Dong would have flipped his face. You said that you just left for a while, why are you running here again? Can't you finish everything at once? Or wait for him to finish his breakthrough? He had to come when he was halfway through his breakthrough. Who would feel comfortable in their heart? Seeing Su Shuiling there, she was in a dilemma and did not know how to open her mouth. Lin Dong could only take the lead and ask, Miss Su just left and returned, is this something important? Mr. Lin. Lin, I. Su Shuiling stuttered and could not speak. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. The end of the Su family could no longer be changed, and she did not want Lin Dong to feel that she had been using him and deceiving him. But it was already too late to say anything now. Mr. Lin already knew the truth of the matter. Definitely, he would no longer believe what he said. Su Shuiling's behavior had aroused Lin Dong's curiosity. What was going on here? Could it be that the Su family had already been breached? Did the Peng family move so quickly? How long had only passed? He himself had not even finished his breakthrough yet. If the Su family was truly experiencing life and death, then one could only temporarily put aside this breakthrough opportunity in front of them and wait until there was time. With his own strength at the early Saint King level, together with the split, that's too early Saint King level, it should be possible to temporarily solve the Su family's troubles. Then he would continue his breakthrough. Miss Su, feel free to say what you have. Don't be burdened, as long as I can help, I will try to help you. Is there something wrong with the Su family? Lin Dong asked once again. His words directly caused Su Shuiling to break her defenses. Her heart was touched to the core. Mr. Lin's person was really too good. Obviously, he had already known the truth and had been scolded by his master, yet he was still willing to help the Su family. Su Shuiling said with apologies, Mr. Lin, it's my Su family that's sorry for you, I hope you don't blame us, the old ancestor was also desperate before he came up with this plan, and I just found out about the Peng family's old ancestor becoming the Sacred Alliance's ally, so I came straight over here, but the result is that I'm late, and I'm very sorry for causing you to be scolded, I'm very upset in my heart, and with the Peng family's old ancestor's strength and power right now, the Su family is completely hopeless, so you should go quickly. Hopeless, you should go now. We cannot drag you down. Lin Dong was confused as he listened. What is all this nonsense? However, after Su Shuiling had said so much, he still probably understood some of it. The Peng family ancestor had become the Sacred Alliance League leader, the Su family was completely finished, and Su Shuiling had come over to ask herself to leave. It was probably because he thought that his master was also incapable of saving the Su family. After all, the name Sacred Alliance ally was still quite bluffing. It seemed like the entire Saint realm of the Star Void realm was under the jurisdiction of the Sacred Alliance. Other people would definitely be scared out of their wits if they knew this news and would no longer dare to meddle in the affairs of the Pang and Su families. However, Lin Dong did not care about this. He did not know how the Pang family's ancestor had suddenly become the Sacred Alliance's alliance head. Nor would he care. So what if he was the Sacred Alliance Lord? As long as his strength did not exceed the Saint King level, there was no reason for him to be afraid. Even if he was at the peak of the Saint King rank, he would still abuse him. Of course it wasn't now. Rather, it was after his breakthrough was over and his battle power surpassed the Saint King level. Since the Su family was not in a life and death situation, there was nothing that could stop Lin Dong from continuing his breakthrough. It was better to hurry up and send Su Shuiling away to continue raising his strength. After raising his battle power to the point where it surpassed the Saint King level, what else in the Star Void realm could he not solve? If the Sacred Alliance League leader could be replaced once, he could be replaced a second time. Lin Dong wanted the Pang family ancestor to become the Sacred Alliance Lord with the shortest time in office. Miss Su, don't worry. When I said that I would help your Su family, I categorically did not retreat from the battlefield. No matter who the enemy is, it will be the same. Even if the Pang family's old ancestor becomes the Sacred Alliance Lord, it will still be the same. Moreover, my master, his elder, is not the type of person that bullies the weak and is afraid of the strong. If you do not have anything else, you can go out first. I still have things to explain to my master. How about we talk about it when we are done? Lin Dong directly gave his expulsion order after he finished speaking. Where did he have the time to listen to Su Xueling talk about these meaningless matters right now? Enhancing his strength was the most important thing. The divine greatness points were already enough. Not being able to spend them would be really depressing. Su Xueling was waiting for Lin Dong's anger, but what she received was such a light-hearted remark. Her brain was a little on the fritz. What did Mr. Lin say? He said that he would continue to help the Su family? That even his master would follow along? No matter who the enemy was? Even if he knew that the Pang family's old man had become the Sacred Alliance's alliance master, it still wouldn't change? Su Xueling only felt that she was surrounded by great happiness. She felt that Lin Dong was doing this for his own sake. Otherwise, he had no relatives with the Su family, so why would he put everything he had into helping the Su family? Mr. Lin. Lin. Oh. Thank you, you were so good to Xueling. This favor, Xueling can only repay you in her next life. Oh. Su Xueling continuously sobbed. At this moment, she still did not think that Lin Dong and his master could fight against the Pang family and preserve the Su family. Lin Dong took a look. Something is not right. Did this girl misunderstand something? He should not have said anything that would make it easy for people to misunderstand, right? It is not the time to think about this. This is not the time to think about this. Or first enhance the strength is important. That. Miss Su, there is something we should wait until later. Do you think so? Lin Dong once again gave an eviction order. HM. Then I will leave first. Mr. Lin, you must make things clear with your master. I don't want you master and disciple to get into an unpleasant situation over the Su family's matter. Good. I know. Goodbye, Miss Su. Lin Dong hurriedly promised. Su Xueling took one step and slowly left the room. When she walked out of the room, she once again turned around and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Lin." "Goodbye, Miss Su." Lin Dong directly closed the door of the room after he finished speaking. He did not want to nag this girl anymore. Seeing that Lin Dong had closed the door, Su Xueling also turned around and left. Chapter 1039, Curiosity and Anticipation. Returning to the seat he had just taken, he sat down. Lin Dong could not wait to open his system. His physique had already broken through to the first stage of the Saint King grade, and his battle strength had also reached the early stage of the Saint King grade. Mental strength was still at the 10th rank of the true Saint grade. There were still over 2,800,000 divine greatness points left. It was directly tapped on top of the spiritual power column. This breakthrough will consume 10 million divine magnificence points. After the breakthrough, the host's spiritual power will change from the original true saint rank 10th step to Saint King rank 1st step. Please confirm again, do you want a breakthrough? Yes. Host's spiritual power breakthrough is in progress, please wait. Lin Dong closed his eyes once again and felt the swelling and pain caused by the growth of his spiritual power. Every spiritual power breakthrough was an ordeal. Small realms were a little better. Especially breaking through such a large realm. It would give one the feeling of one's brain being bloated. That was not something that could normally be endured. Even if Lin Dong's willpower was exceptionally strong, he was not willing to experience it a second time. It was just that if one wanted to enhance their strength, they had to endure the pain, which could not be helped. Lin Dong did not know if other people would encounter this situation when they broke through, but he was anyway. Moreover, he could figure it out. Everyone else had gone through a long period of accumulation before they had that slight chance of breaking through, and they would not necessarily succeed. He himself was completely bestowed by the system and wouldn't fail. If he couldn't even endure a little pain, what made him able to gain the favor of the system? What goes around comes around. In comparison, Lin Dong knew that he had gained too much more than he had lost. After Su Xueling left, she found Su Jingyuan again. "Xueling, how is it going?" Su Jingyuan asked. Seventh Grandpa, Mr. Lin said that he and his master will continue to help the Su family, no matter who the enemy is, even if it is the Sacred Alliance League leader, they will not run away from the battle. Su Shueling replied. Alas! Duke Lin is confused. He has been in seclusion for too long. He probably doesn't know what the Sacred Alliance League leader represents. That's the number one strongest person in the Star Void realm, and the person with the most power in the Star Void realm. He can decide the life and death of countless forces with a single word. Even if their master and disciple don't leave, they won't be able to help the Su family. They will also offend Pang Zhong, and they won't be able to have a good time in the Star Void realm in the future. Su Jingyuan sighed. What? About that? Once Su Shueling heard that Lin Dong and his master's father would have a hard time in the Star Void realm in the future after offending Pang Zhong, her heart was about to start panicking again. In fact, Su Shueling had never behaved so badly in the past. She had always been a woman of both beauty and intelligence, and was a famous talented woman in the Central Divine Continent, and even in the Star Void realm. Even when she was arranged by the Su family to marry the Pang family's Pang Haotian, she had never been so nervous and flustered. Nay, after meeting Lin Dong, Su Shueling's IQ was declining. Especially regarding Lin Dong. It was completely as if she had lost the ability to think. Shueling, did Mr. Lin say anything else besides saying that he would not run away from the battle? Mr. Lin said that there was something to discuss in detail later. He just seemed to be in a hurry. It is possible that he wanted to contact his master. Su Shueling recalled and said. Then let's wait for Mr. Lin to finish his business and talk to him. Again. Good. Then I'll talk to Mr. Lin later. Shueling, what do you think of Mr. Lin? Su Jingyuan suddenly asked. Huh? What about? Su Shueling didn't react for a moment. It's just how is Mr. Lin as a person? Of course it's very good. Not only is he young and strong, he doesn't have a frame, but he's also nice to people and heavy on commitment. Anyway, his whole body is full of advantages. Su Shueling answered honestly. Shueling, it can be seen that Mr. Lin thinks highly of you. You've known each other for a long time and have a good relationship. The Su family will definitely not be able to escape this time, and you're not willing to live that kind of dark life, then simply leave with Mr. Lin. How about being a maid for Mr. Lin and serving him? With his master guarding him, Pang Zhong wouldn't dare to go too far. If you agree, I'll go find Mr. Lin later and entrust you to him. Su Shueling froze upon hearing this. But after just a moment, she came back to her senses. Frankly speaking, asking her to follow Lin Dong and be his maid, serving him in his life and living, she was very, very willing. Even if she had never done the job of serving people, she could still learn. However, it was not at this time. Nowadays, the Su family was facing a life and death crisis. As the third young miss of the Su family's direct lineage, enjoying all the benefits brought by the Su family, she would not abandon the family and escape alone. If she did so, it was estimated that even Lin Dong would look down on her. Su Shueling shook her head and said, Seventh Grandpa, I will not abandon the family and survive alone. Shueling, with or without you, the Su family will not have any turnaround. Staying would be a death sentence. It might even be worse than death. Why is this necessary? Su Jingyuan persuaded. Don't worry, Seventh Grandfather, the Pang family can only capture my corpse. It's impossible to capture me alive. You? Alas. Why are you so confused? This is not confused. As a Su family member, I have this realization. If you have the awareness, you should listen to me and leave a little hope for the Su family. While the two were arguing, Lin Dong was suffering great pain. It was as if his brain was cracking open. He gritted his teeth and insisted on not letting himself pass out. The enhancement of spiritual power could be too much more painful than the enhancement of physical quality. One was pain from the flesh and the other was pain from the soul. The two were not at the same level at all. It was unknown how long had passed. Lin Dong only felt that his brain was dazed. Suddenly, the pain disappeared. It was completely gone, not a single bit of it remained. This was a successful breakthrough? Lin Dong snapped his eyes open. A beam of light visible to the naked eye shot out from his eyes while a mental storm formed around his body. He hurriedly controlled it and withdrew his spiritual energy. Otherwise, it was estimated that a large area would have been completely destroyed by his mental storm. Lin Dong's entire body instantly felt refreshed. Perception had improved a lot more. He opened his system. The spiritual strength column had changed from true Saint grade 10th order to Saint King grade 1st order. Since then, both the physique and spiritual strength had reached the Saint King rank. Although the mental strength breakthrough didn't make the battle power increase, it was the most important and painful part of the process. Now it had finally passed. There were still 18,881,000,000 godly hope points left. The next step would be to continue raising both physical and spiritual strength to the 10th rank of the Saint King class. Then, under the effect of the dual limits, Lin Dong's battle power would also soar to a whole new height. This height would be at a level beyond the Saint King level. At this moment, Lin Dong's heart was also filled with curiosity and anticipation. I wonder what kind of realm would be after the Saint realm. Chapter 1040, Beyond the Sage Realm. Lin Dong tapped on the physique column. The system window popped up. This enhancement will consume 1 million divine magnificence points. After the enhancement, the host's physique will be enhanced from the original Sacred King grade 1 to Sacred King grade 2. Please confirm, does the host enhance? Yes. Next, the physique changed to Saint King grade 2nd order. Then it was 3rd order, 5th order, 7th order, finally reaching Saint King grade 10th order. At this point, the physique had been upgraded. Lin Dong's battle power had also reached the peak of the Saint King grade. At this time, he was already completely unafraid of anyone in the Star Void realm. Even if he encountered a strong person who was also at the peak of the Saint King rank, he would still be able to win the battle. Let's not forget that Lin Dong still had the split body technique. Once it was executed, it was 2 peak Saint King level. Coupled with the assistance of the 2 divine artifacts, the evil breaking sword and the thunder god hammer, if only 1 or 2 of the 6 known Saint King level powerhouses in the Star Void realm were at the peak of the Saint King level, then even if all 6 of them were to join hands at the Saint King level, Lin Dong would not be afraid in the slightest. Although he could not guarantee victory, he would at least not lose. A single person would be able to fight the 6 Saint King levels of the Star Void realm without losing. Thinking about it was exciting. However, Lin Dong was still not satisfied with this. The peak of the Saint King level was not his goal. When he had initially proposed a deal of 400 million star dollar coins to the Su family, he was aiming for a battle power that surpassed the Saint King level. The peak of the Saint King level wasn't considered invincible. Only by surpassing the Saint King level would one be truly invincible in the Star Void realm. At that time, not to mention 6 Saint King level. Even if there were another 6, they would still be able to easily crush them like ants. Lin Dong did not like battles that were evenly matched and close to death. He liked to use his strength to crush his enemies, leaving them without even the slightest bit of resistance. This was the most enjoyable way of fighting. It was like crushing the pseudo-saint level Shiman Fugue to death with the strength of a true saint level. Letting the enemy experience what true despair was. Feeling the surging power contained in his body for a moment, Lin Dong continued to open the system and placed his eyes on the spiritual power column, then tapped on it. This enhancement will consume 1 million divine magnificence points. After the enhancement, the host's spiritual power will be enhanced from the original Saint King grade 1 to Saint King grade 2. Please confirm, does the host enhance? Of course, without hesitation, he chose yes. Then, Saint King grade 2nd order, 3rd order, 4th order, until the 10th order. The moment Lin Dong's spiritual power reached the 10th rank of the Saint King grade. The moment Lin Dong's spiritual power reached the 10th stage of the Saint King level, there was suddenly a loud buzz in his head. It was as if he had broken through some sort of shackles. The entire person underwent a transformation. A large amount of information flooded into his mind. Lin Dong did not have the time to review the information, as he now desperately wanted to know what level his battle power had reached. Did it exceed the Saint King level? What was the realm after the Saint realm? Hurriedly, he opened his system. Eyes locked on the battle power column. Battle power, half-step void god level. Half-step void god level? Could it be that after the Saint realm was the Godman realm? Saint realm, Godman realm, it felt like there shouldn't be any problems. However, it just felt that the name Divine Human sounded a little awkward. Lin Dong thought about it and no longer cared. No matter what realm he was in, it would be fine if he could abuse the Saint King level anyway. As for whether it was the Godman realm or the Ghostman realm, it was all the same to him. As long as the battle power was enhanced, the rest did not matter. The name was merely a code name. Only after putting his heart down did Lin Dong begin to check the information that had just flooded into his mind. After a while, it was only after he had finished receiving the information that he realized. After the Sage Realm was not the Divine Human Realm as he thought, but the Divine Ming Realm. This Divine Brightness Realm wasn't on the same level as the Divine Ranking level on Earth. Don't look at the two realms both with the word God, but the gap was ridiculously large, as if one was in the sky and the other was underground, completely incomparable. The Divine Ranking level was only a hierarchical division set by the Earth itself. Instead, the godly realm was a superpower recognized by all civilizations in the entire universe. Earth had dared to bring the word God into its own rank division because it hadn't been in contact with the outside world. If the other civilizations in the universe knew that a small civilization of less than one level dared to use the word God to divide the ranks, they would definitely laugh their heads off. In fact, the universe's recognized realm division started from the star realm. As for below the star realm, they all belonged to the uninitiated and were not counted in the division of strength of the universe. These inoffensive strength subdivisions, on the other hand, were self-defined by everyone. There were countless small civilizations in the universe like Earth, which was not even at the first level. The strength divisions under the star realm were also strange and various. Earth was just one of them. Perhaps there were ones that overlapped with the Sage Realm or the Divine Realm. In addition to this, Lin Dong also learned that the Divine Brightness Realm was divided into 3 levels just like the previous few realms. When one first enters the Divine Brightness Realm, he is at the Void God level. His strength had reached the half-step Void God level at the limit of the physical spiritual dual Saint King level. Not only would the Saint body gradually transform off into a divine body, even the Saint power would slowly transform into divine power. By the time it completely crossed the transition period of the half-step Void God level, the Saint body and Saint force would have completely succeeded in their transformation, becoming a true Divine Ming Realm powerhouse. After breaking through from the Saint Realm to the Divine Ming Realm, the way of cultivation would also change. Not only could one cultivate hard on one's own, but one could also shelter the billions of living beings of a civilization and obtain their power of faith as a way to enhance one's strength. This was something that the Saint King level did not possess. While the Saint King realm could only rely on itself, the Divine Master realm could be helped by the billions of living beings of a civilization. After the Void God level was the Yuan Shen level. After the Yuan Shen level was the Ancestral God level. The Ancestral God level was also the last level of the Divine Brightness realm, equivalent to the Saint King level of the Sage realm. Beyond the Ancestral God level, it was another level. The information did not introduce the realms after the Divine Brightness realm. After checking the relevant information regarding the Divine Brightness realm, Lin Dong could finally breathe a huge sigh of relief. Finally, he had reached a strength that surpassed the Sage realm. In turn, the Sage realm was the ceiling of battle power in the Star Void realm. Calculating in this way, his own strength had already surpassed the ceiling of the Star Void realm. Now he could do what he wanted to do without any restrictions, and no one in the Star Void realm could stop it. What kind of Pang Zhong and the like, even if he became the Sacred Alliance League leader, he would be able to exterminate them with ease. Lin Dong calmed his excitement and stood up from the floor, moving his body. Every movement seemed to carry some sort of rule force. Even the simplest clenched fist. It all caused the space to be unable to withstand it, creating countless cracks. Is this the power of a half-step Void God level? It is indeed powerful. It is not something that can be compared to the Sage realm, and it is still only a half-step. How strong would it be when it has completely become the godly Ming realm? Lin Dong muttered. But then Lin Dong thought of another problem. After he had broken through to the half-step Void God level, the system had not changed or upgraded. In other words, his strength had now reached a limit and could not be further upgraded. According to the system's laws, if he wanted to break through next, he'd have to have 100 million Divine Magnificence points. However, the situation today was, even if he spent all the money in the system, it wouldn't be enough for 100 million Divine Magnificence points. Unless one went to a civilization higher than the Star Void realm and touched the system to upgrade again, there was no chance of breaking through to the true Godmage realm. To be honest, continuing to travel to a more advanced civilization, Lin Dong was no longer willing to go there. Every time he arrived at a new civilization, he would encounter new situations that spurred him to continue to work hard and spend money to enhance his strength. It would be another long period of time to be on tenterhooks. It was inevitable that some uncontrollable accident would occur in the middle. After traveling all the way from Earth, Lin Dong felt that he was really a little tired. He wanted to return to Earth and rest and relax. When he had rested enough, lived enough, and had nothing to worry about, he would then continue to travel to a higher level civilization to explore the mysteries of the system. In case he met with any accidents, it would be fine to die. Right now he didn't want to go anyway, because there were too many things that he couldn't let go of. Chapter 1041, Tenfold Return. In the western region of the Central Divine Continent, the Su family's main residence. This place was already under surveillance by the Pang family. The Pang family's powerhouses had actually come to the Central Divine Continent a long time ago, only to remain hidden in the shadows. The moment the Pang family's oldest ancestor, Pang Zhong, became the Sacred Alliance League leader, they no longer had any qualms about showing up en masse and came to surrounding the Su family, only allowing them to enter and not to leave. Since a top-tier power like the Pang clan was going to make a move against the Su clan, there was absolutely no reason to let them go. Pang Zhong had gone to great lengths to pull in the other 4 Vice Alliance Masters to force the issue and become the Sacred Alliance Master himself, also in order to avoid being stopped by Shen Yuanshou when he made his move against the Su family. Now the plan had succeeded. With Shen Yuanshou ousted from power, the Pang family could make their move. The Su family was powerless against the Pang family's approach. They could only temporarily stay at home and try not to go out and clash with the Pang family. But this was only a slight delay. Pang Zhong would surely bring people here soon. After all, the Su family was a force that possessed 3 true saint-level powerhouses, and if Pang Zhong, a Saint King level, didn't make a move, it really wasn't something that could be destroyed just by saying so. Otherwise, even if the Pang family was able to win, it would definitely be a disastrous victory. In fact, in recent times, as the situation became more and more unfavorable, the Su family also made some preparations, and sent some of the family's most talented direct lineage out quietly. And the Su family's direct lineage, at this time, had already arrived at the 47th large-scale trade area. The reason why they had come to the 47th large trade area was also because the Su family's senior management had taken into consideration the fact that there was Lin Dong, a true saint-level powerhouse, here. Even if the Pang clan got the news and came after them, they would not be powerless to fight back. With Lin Dong's true saint-level strength, there was still nothing wrong with preserving a bit of the Su family's inheritance. In the middle of the Su family's forbidden land, 3 old men were sitting together. One of them was none other than the true saint-level powerhouse Su Can, who had just rushed back to the Su family. He was much younger than the remaining 2. A true saint-level powerhouse rushing through 7-dimensional space was quite fast. The other 2 were also true saint-level ancestors of the Su family. However, like Shiman Shanghua, they were all unhealed from their injuries. "Little Chan, how are things arranged?" An old man who looked like half of his body was going into the ground asked. "Grandfather ancestor, things have already been arranged. The Su clan's talented direct descendants have all been sent out. They should all have arrived by now. With Lin Dong there, I think nothing will happen, don't worry." Su Can replied. This old man was actually Su Can's grandpa. It was really unexpected. "That's good. The Su family can be destroyed, but the legacy cannot be broken." "I understand. This time around, Pang Zhong has become the Sacred Alliance Master, and I did not expect to be able to rely on Lin Dong and his master to turn the tide. I just wanted them to help and preserve a trace of the Su family's flame." Alas! No one would have thought that Pang Zhong was hiding so deeply that he was able to defeat the Xian Yuan Alliance Master. "I am afraid that his strength has already stepped into the peak of the Saint King level. This is the heavens trying to kill my Su family." The old man sighed. "Grandfather ancestor, what I didn't think of more is why the Zhang clan's old ancestor would be on Pang Zhong's side." Su Can was puzzled. "Because of interests. Do you think that after my Su family falls, the Zhang family and these families will be better off? Dream on. Soon they will also follow in my Su family's footsteps." "Are you saying that the Zhang family will make a move against the Zhang family?" "It can't. The relationship between their 2 families is exceptionally strong." Su Can was shocked. "Not only the Zhang family, the other 2 families are the same. In the future, in the Star Void realm, the 5 major merchant houses will only be in the hands of the 5 major forces. As for the Sacred Alliance, at the moment Shen Yuanshou lost to Pang Zhong, it has already existed in name only, and in the future the pattern of the Star Void realm will be that the Pang family is the dominant force, with the rest of the 4 families following closely behind. What about Lin Dong and his master? This must be a Saint King level powerhouse as well. Su Kan asked. They have been hiding for many years, they are too weak, unless that Lin Dong also steps into the Saint King level, 2 Saint Kings from one clan, the Starry Void Realm will have a place for them, otherwise, difficult. After all, the Star Void Realm's cake is just this big, no one would want to come back with 2 more people to share the cake. There is also a possibility that all of these powerful people who have been hiding in the shadows and recuperating from their injuries will show up and form an alliance in order to get a share of some of the resources. Ancestral grandfather, I have always had a doubt. You say? I'll answer for you if I know. Why do I feel that the atmosphere of the Star Void Realm has become more and more tense in these recent years, especially the forces with longer legacies have begun to frantically snatch resources in the dark, and if it wasn't for the Sacred Alliance's constant pressure, I'm afraid that the Star Void Realm would have long since gone into chaos. That's because the Star Void Realm's grand heyday arrived thousands of years ago. Don't you think that the geniuses that came out of the Star Void Realm over the years were a bit much? And every great heyday is accompanied by a great disaster. Everyone wants to protect themselves. Su Jingyuan was still persuading Su Xueling to follow Lin Dong and leave to retain a little hope for the Su family. At this time, he suddenly received a message from the Su family's senior management. He was told to send the Su family's first line, along with Su Xueling, to a safe place. Xueling, I guessed correctly, the family has already sent out some of the talented direct lineages, follow me to greet these Su family's hopefuls. Su Jingyuan said. 7th Grandpa, how is the family doing now? Su Xueling asked. Alas. Now the Su family has been sent by the Pang family to send experts to watch over it, only allowed to enter and not allowed to leave. They should be waiting for the Pang family's senior management and Pang Zhong, the Sacred Alliance League leader, to show up, before they will make a move against the Su family. The Pang family is starting to move so soon? Su Xueling exclaimed. More than that. I'm afraid that they have long since sent people into the Central Divine Continent, just waiting for Pang Zhong to become the Sacred Alliance's alliance leader and resolve the hidden danger that is the Sacred Alliance, and then they'll begin to make their move. Then what should we do now? Su Xueling asked. The family has given us the task of helping these talented sons and daughters sent over by the family to find a place to hide, leaving a little bit of the flame of inheritance for the family to not go out. Then let's get going. Su Xueling urged. The 2 of them then quickly left together. Lin Dong did not go out immediately after the end of his breakthrough. Raising his strength from the late stage of the true Saint level to the half-step Void God level in one go, directly passing the Saint King level that countless people could only dream of, this leap was not a big one. It still needed time to adapt. Otherwise, a poor grasp of strength would likely destroy the Central Divine Continent. While Lin Dong was adapting to his added strength. Rumble. A loud noise appeared. It was immediately followed by a shaking of the ground. Then a loud laughter rang out. Ha ha! Su Xueling! You bitch, you didn't think there would be a day, right? Your Su family wants to secretly send away your firstborn son without asking if my Pang family agrees. Today is the time to exterminate your Su family's legacy and hope. The humiliation you gave me back then, I want to return it tenfold. Chapter 1042 The Arrogant Pang Haotian. Su Xueling and Su Jingyuan had just received the first-line geniuses sent by the Su family, a group of only 100 or so, all very young, ranging from tens to hundreds of years old. In a great clan like the Su family, there were as many as 8,000 direct line descendants if not 10,000, not to mention the collateral line. These 100 or so people could be said to be the best part of them, and where the Su family's last hope lay. As for the Su family's reason for sending them here, it was of course because of Lin Dong's strength and background. Right now, the Su family was no longer asking for Lin Dong to help them get out of their predicament, and was only asking for Lin Dong to preserve some of the inheritance for the Su family. If Lin Dong was willing to do his best to help the Su family, there was still nothing wrong with preserving the last hope of the Su family. Before Su Jingyuan could even think of where to send these Su family's first lineage, the Pang family had already caught up with them. The person leading the way was none other than the Pang family's first heir, Pang Haotian. After having his confidence shattered by Lin Dong, he had already been devastated. In order for the Pang family to allow him to regain his confidence, they allowed him to lead the strongest members of the family and chase after the first heir sent out by the Su family. He even sent 2 true Saint-level powerhouses to follow him, which could be said to be a lot of blood, and was enough to see how much importance the Pang family placed on him. As soon as Pang Haotian arrived, he directly gave the Su family a kick in the pants, destroying one of the tallest buildings of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, causing a huge shock. At this moment, he was standing on top of the huge ship, towering over the Treasure Basin Merchant firm below, and he was beginning to be a little spirited again. So what if Lin Dong was even stronger? The old ancestor had already defeated Shen Yuanshou and had become the Sacred Alliance League leader. Who else in the Starry Void realm would dare to go against the Pang family? In the future Star Void realm, it would be his Pang family that would have the final say. Wait until the matter of the Su family was settled. Pang Haotian was also prepared to beg his old ancestor to take action and waste Lin Dong. He wanted to personally trample Lin Dong under his feet to ease the hatred in his heart. Looking at the ship in the sky that covered the sky, Su Shueling's face turned pale. Su Jingyuan was no better at this moment, staring at the sky with a gloomy face. Not only were these Su family's direct descendants the mission given to them by the family, they were also the family's last hope, and there must not be any accidents. The crowd of Su family direct descendants were all panicked. The Pang family was here. What were they going to do? Could they escape? As the elites among the Su family's direct descendants, they naturally understood what situation the Su family was facing. Especially after the Pang family's old ancestor had become the Sacred Alliance's alliance master, it was a complete 10-death situation with no hint of hope at all. Everyone felt lucky when they were chosen by the family. They had thought that if they were sent out, they would be considered to have escaped with their lives. After all, the Su family was not weak and was not the type of family to be rubbed out by others. Even if one would be burdened with the hatred of extermination in the future and live on, it was still better than dying. Being able to live, who would want to die? Everyone was still young and hadn't lived enough. It's just that I didn't expect to be caught up with just a short time after coming out. Seventh Master, the Pang family is catching up. What should we do? A Su family member asked nervously. Su Jingyuan was the chief banker of the Treasure Basin Merchant Company, and in the Su family, apart from the Sage Realm's old ancestors, his status was second only to the family head. When all the Su family's direct descendants saw him, they had to respectfully honor him with the title of Seventh Master. When one person opened his mouth, the others also spoke out. Seventh Master. Save us, we're still young and don't want to die yet. Yes. Seventh Master, if we die, the Su clan will have severed its inheritance and will be completely hopeless. Seventh Master, you must have a way, right? Some of the younger Su family's direct descendants had already started crying in fear. Don't be afraid, everyone. The family has arranged a backhand. You guys are the last hope of the family, surely we won't let anything happen to you, don't worry. Su Jingyuan comforted. Hearing Su Jingyuan's words, only then did everyone quiet down a little. They felt that it was also true. It was impossible for the Su family to send them here casually without arranging any backhanders at all. In fact, at this time, Su Jingyuan gradually understood the family's intentions. I'm afraid that it was because he felt it was impossible to escape the Pang family's eyes that he sent the people here. Today's situation. There was only one person who could save them. That was Lin Dong. Seventh Grandpa. Su Shueling was just about to open her mouth. He was interrupted by Su Jingyuan. Shueling, now immediately go to find Mr. Lin and beg for his help. The person sent over by the family must not make any mistakes. Seventh Grandpa, but Su Shueling hesitated. She still did not want to involve Lin Dong. Once Lin Dong made a move, the Pang family would definitely not let him go. The Su family was already hopeless, so why should they involve Mr. Lin? There is nothing but, Shueling, go. This is the family's intention, don't worry. With the strength of Mr. Lin and his master, although they can't save the entire Su family, there's still nothing wrong with preserving these people, and the Pang family wouldn't dare to make things too difficult for their master and disciple. Su Jingyuan said seriously. Well, I'll go beg Mr. Lin. Su Shueling finished speaking and was just about to move. The huge ship in the sky that covered the sky shot out another beam of light. It landed right next to Su Shueling, not far from them. Rumble. With a loud bang, countless buildings collapsed and the ground was left behind with a large crater. Although this attack did not directly land on Su Shueling and the others, the huge aftershock still destroyed the building they were hiding in, and even the team of more than 100 people was also affected. Many of the Su clan's first family members with relatively low strength were directly stunned. There were also some who were injured by the scattered building debris and were lying on the ground wailing in pain. Ah! Help! My leg is broken. Master 7, save me, I can't see out of my eyes. 7th Master, help. I'm dying. The entire scene was a mess. This attack came so suddenly that Su Jingyuan did not even have time to make a move. When he reacted, he quickly shot out to protect some of the Su clan's direct descendants around himself, while those who were far away could only watch as they were injured. Such a sudden scene also stopped Su Xueling from going forward to look for Lin Dong. And it exposed them to the sunlight. After the strike, the ship did not continue to attack. Pang Haotian's voice sounded once again. Su Xueling, goodbye. Su Xueling looked up at the words, only to see Pang Haotian standing in the air, looking down at the ruined ground with a maniacal smile on his face. Listening to the screams and pleas for help from the Su family's first-line genius disciples, he was in a very relaxed mood. The pent-up emotions of these days had finally released some of them. Pang Haotian. Su Xueling forced herself to endure her grief and shouted through gritted teeth. Su Xueling. I, Pang Haotian, am back again, how is it? Didn't think there would be today, did you? Didn't your Su family go all out to curry favor with Lin Dong? Let him come out to save you, ah. I want to see who dares to save you today, ha ha. Pang Haotian began to laugh maniacally after he finished speaking. Chapter 1043, Tears of Joy. Su Xueling listened to Pang Haotian's crazy laughter and looked at the many injured Su family members around her. Her heart burst with grief. The circles around her eyes slowly began to redden. Facing this situation that made people feel desperate today. What could she, a woman, do? Pang Haotian. What exactly do you want? Su Xueling tilted her head, trying hard not to let her tears fall. Only her somewhat choked voice had already betrayed her. Ha ha. What do I want to do? I want your Su family all dead, extinct. Pang Haotian looked down at Su Xueling and said word by word. Do you really want to drive everyone to extinction? Su Xueling asked. No, no, no. How could you drive everyone to extinction? Everyone else in the Su family will die, but you won't. I'll leave you behind and let you watch all of the Su family die, then slowly torture you. I want you to beg for your life, and not be able to beg for your death. Pang Haotian laughed viciously. Receiving Pang Haotian's affirmative answer. Su Xueling also no longer held any illusions. Looking around, all of the Su family's direct descendants revealed a look of fear, their eyes filled with terror. It was estimated that their hearts were also filled with despair. Su Jingyuan was holding back a wave of anger. He wanted to rush up and die with Pang Haotian. However, he knew that it was impossible to succeed in doing so. Not to mention that Pang Haotian also had the strength of a half-step sage realm, and he had definitely brought many experts with him this time as he had come to chase down the genius direct descendant that the Su family had sent out. Charging up there would just be sending him to his death. If he died, what would happen to the Su family's direct descendants? Now, one could only expect Lin Dong to step forward. After Su Xueling looked around, she suddenly shouted, Mr. Lin. These are my Su family's direct line genius sons and daughters, they are my Su family's last hope, please also step in to save them. I, Su Xueling, will be by your side from today onwards, and work as an ox to repay you. Please help my Su family for once. Ha ha ha. Pang Haotian laughed even more recklessly and wildly. Su Xueling, you are too naive. Do you think Lin Dong will still care about your Su family's death? When he sees my Pang family right now, he wouldn't even be able to run. How could he possibly save you? The moment my Pang family ancestor becomes the Sacred Alliance League leader, there will not be any force in the Starry Void realm that dares to go against us, or else there will only be one end, and that is death. Su Xueling ignored Pang Haotian's words and waited quietly. She believed that Lin Dong would not be this kind of person. However, time passed by second by second. After the scene had been quiet for more than 10 seconds, Lin Dong still did not appear. Both Su Xueling and Su Jingyuan's hearts slowly sank. Both of the Pang clan's attacks had caused a great deal of commotion, destroying countless buildings of the Treasure Basin trading firm. There was no way that Lin Dong could not have heard it. However, he had not appeared until now. Could it be that he was really afraid of provoking the Pang family? This possibility was not absent, but was very high. After all, the enemy was the Sacred Alliance League leader. Even if Lin Dong was willing to help, his master would definitely stop him once he knew about it. 10 seconds of time passed once again. Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan glanced at each other and both of them revealed a bitter expression. I am afraid that Mr. Lin was really stopped by his master. The master's orders were hard to disobey. He wouldn't help the Su family anymore. Did the Su family really end here? Ha ha ha. Su Shueling, where is your Mr. Lin? It's been so long, why didn't he come out to save you? It seems like you want to work as an ox for someone else, and they still somewhat dislike you. Why don't you come and work for me as a cow? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let these Su family members die a painful death. Seeing that there was no movement for half a day, Pang Haotian began to laugh freely again. It was really the same as he thought. No matter how bullish Lin Dong was, he was only at the true saint level. How could he dare to call out to the Pang family? The old ancestor had already defeated Shen Yuanshou, the number one powerhouse in the Star Void realm. In his place, he had become the number one powerhouse of the Star Void realm. He has also gained the support of the other 4 Vice Alliance Masters. From now on, only the Pang family will be the only one in the Star Void realm. Whoever dared to offend the Pang family was looking for death. Pang Haotian began to grow more and more flamboyant. Ha 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 ha. There was only the sound of Pang Haotian's laughter in the heavens and earth. He wanted to vent out all the unhappiness in his heart during this period of time. No one else dared to breathe a single breath. The Su family members in the ruins on the ground were all ashen. Including Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan were also like this. Originally, they thought that Lin Dong would come out to help. At least the Su family's legacy would be preserved. However, now Lin Dong was stopped by his master. The Su family was over. Is it funny? A voice rang out. It interrupted Pang Haotian's laughter. Immediately afterward, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Pang Haotian and grabbed him. It was at this time the 2 true saint-level ancestors of the Pang clan that followed also instantly appeared beside Pang Haotian on the left and right. Protecting Pang Haotian, they simultaneously struck out to deliver a blow against this figure. Boom! The 2 parties separated. Lin Dong stood still and did not move. The 2 true saint levels of the Pang clan, on the other hand, led Pang Haotian to retreat back and forth. Bang! It was only until it crashed into the huge ship, breaking it into a large hole, that it barely came to a stop. Lin Dong stared at the 2 old men in front of him who were protecting Pang Haotian. An early true saint level and a mid-true saint level. It turned out to be 2 mole crickets. If he had known earlier, he would not have performed the split art. Just now, down below, he had sensed that there were 2 strong people hidden in the sky. He just couldn't determine the exact strength of the other party. So when he heard Su Shueling's voice calling for help, he didn't rush out. Instead, he was using his essence blood to perform the art of splitting. Mainly, Lin Dong did not want to act too intimidating. He himself was only prepared to use the strength of the late true saint level, the same as before. If he could not defeat the opponent, the doppelganger would then pretend to be his master and exert Saint King level battle power to help. Then, the words he had once said to the Su family could be perfectly honored. If Lin Dong himself had exerted his Saint King level strength, it would be somewhat unjustifiable. Such a large span of strength could not be explained. Once or twice, one could still say that he was hiding. Now that he was at the Saint King level, he was still hiding. Speak out, others do not believe. When the time comes, the Su family side will not be able to give a good explanation. Although with his current strength, no one would dare to question him. However, Lin Dong's character still did not like to let his friends misunderstand him. If he could, he would try to round up the panic. The Su family is considered to have pushed him all the way forward. Without the Su family, where would he have his current half-step void god level strength? The best thing to do was, the main body remained at the true saint level. When he encountered something he couldn't solve, he would let his doppelganger come out to solve it. Anyway, the doppelganger was nominally his master, so even if he used the peak of the Saint King level, or even half-step void god level strength, it would still be completely justifiable, and no one would be able to find any faults. Lin Dong had fought against the 2 members of the Pang family alone and had even gained the upper hand, repelling the other party. For the Su family members at this moment, it was a life-saving straw. Mr. Lin! Su Shueling cried out in joy. She knew that Lin Dong must be carrying a huge amount of pressure before he stepped in to help the Su family. Su Shuiling very much did not want Lin Dong to fall out with his master for the sake of the Su family. However, if he did not step in, the Su family's legacy was about to be severed. Lin Dong's sudden intervention also made Su Jingyuan breathe a sigh of relief. At least with Lin Dong's strength at the late true saint level, they were safe for the time being. Chapter 1044 One Sword Obliteration. Pang Haotian was shocked by Lin Dong's sudden strike, although he did not suffer no injuries. However, his entire body was trembling slightly. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Dong, shivering. Lin Dong, you dare to strike at me, you are finished, the old ancestor will not spare you. Just now was a real experience of death. The might of a true saint-level powerhouse was not something that Pang Haotian, a half-step saint realm, could withstand. Even with the protection of the Pang clan's 2 true saint levels, his mind was so shocked that it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. Then call your Pang clan ancestor over. Let me see what a Saint King level is actually capable of. Lin Dong said casually. With his current strength, would he be afraid of a mere Saint King rank? Even if he could not use his full strength. The doppelganger was still hiding in the dark. If the Pang clan ancestor dared to come, Lin Dong did not mind directly destroying that fellow. Capturing a thief is the first step. As long as the Pang clan ancestor died, the Pang clan would be halfway down. Then the Su family's crisis would also be lifted. It would also save himself from spending time looking for it. How dare you? Lin Dong, how dare you defy my family's old ancestor? Do you know that the old ancestor has already defeated Xian Yuanshou, the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm, replaced him and has become the Sacred Alliance leader? Do you want to seek death? That mid-tier true saint level of the Pang clan chided. I really do want to seek death. It's a pity that no one can do it. Why don't you try? Lin Dong lightly shot back. You. The Pang clan's true saint level middle stage was choked speechless. He had just experienced Lin Dong's strength. Even though it was only a tentative strike, the power could not be underestimated. Lin Dong had fought 1 against 2 and was still able to repel them and stand still himself. His strength should have already reached the late true saint level. He, a mid-true saint level, would not dare to go and fight against a late true saint level alone. If he was not careful, he would be seriously injured by the other party. Lin Dong, do you really want to help the Su family? That other true saint level early stage asked. Yes, how? You have to think clearly. Even if you save these Su family direct descendants today, it will not change the fact that the Su family will perish. My family's old ancestor will personally take action. There is no way that the Su family can survive. If you save them, you will be offending my Pang family and the Sacred Alliance leader. In the future, it will be difficult for you to move forward even an inch in the Starry Void realm. Are you sure that you want to do this? Alright. Don't be so damn gibberish and nonsense, hurry up and do it. After resolving you guys, I have other things to do. I am going to protect the Su family. As for your family's old ancestor, there will be someone to deal with it. You'd better pray and pray for your family's old ancestor. Lin Dong said with some impatience. He still had a lot of things to do. Where was the time to waste here? Not only was the Su family waiting for him to save them, Sister Hong was also waiting for him in the cold ice cave. Lin Dong, don't you dare to demonize here. Even Xin Yuanshou is not a match for my family's old ancestor. Who else in the Starry Void realm can defeat the old ancestor? Asking us to pray for old ancestor? I think you'd better go and dream. Dreams have everything. Pang Haotian loudly retorted. Not to mention that Pang Haotian and the Pang family members did not believe this last statement of Lin Dong. Even Su Shuiling and the rest of the Su family members on the ground, as well as the crowd of onlookers in the distance, would not believe it. The fact that the Pang family's old ancestor was able to defeat Xian Yuanshou and sit in the position of the Sacred Alliance League leader already made him the veritable #1 strongest person in the Star Void realm. As of now, there was really no one in the Star Void realm who could defeat him or fight him to a draw. The Su family would have loved for this to be false. But this was the truth. There was no room for them to hold on to any illusions. Lin Dong was also too lazy to continue paying attention to the other party. The more he talked, the more energized he became. It was simply a waste of time. With a wave of his hand, a red light flashed and there was already a red longsword in his hand. The long sword pointed the two of you make a move together. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance in a while. Of course, you can all go, I have no problem with that. Pang Haotian was pointed at by the long sword in Lin Dong's hand. He only felt a chill going straight to the top of his head, making his scalp numb. He was eager to leave this place, not willing to face Lin Dong anymore. The two encounters with Lin Dong had given Pang Haotian a huge blow. This time when he came over, he had originally thought that since his own ancestor had become the Sacred Alliance League leader, Lin Dong would definitely not dare to help the Su family anymore. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong was not afraid at all. Pang Haotian swore that he would never want to meet this fatal star, Lin Dong, again. The two true saint levels beside him were actually no better. They were not as strong as Lin Dong. Coupled with this divine weapon in Lin Dong's hand, they were even less of a match. Not to mention that after Lin Dong had broken through to the half-step void god level, his entire aura had undergone a drastic change. Even though he suppressed his strength, the aura of looking out of the corner of the world was still unchangeable. Even a powerhouse at the same late stage of the true saint level would have already lost half of their battle when they encountered this aura of Lin Dong. The two Pang family true saint levels were well aware of this. It was impossible for them to defeat Lin Dong even if they joined forces. The mission of chasing down the Su family's direct lineage was considered a complete failure. This could not be blamed on them. Who knew that even at this point, Lin Dong still dared to defend the Su family? One of them said, "Lin Dong, since you were so persistent, today, my Pang family admits that we will meet again in the future. I hope that the next time we meet, you will still be able to talk so tough." After saying this, he took Pang Haotian and returned to the ship, preparing to leave this place. Unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Dong grinned. "Come when you want, leave when you want. Do you really think that this is your Pang family's territory? Just now I was sleeping, you guys woke me up and will have to bear my wrath. You are not good. Quickly go." The two realized that Lin Dong actually dared to strike. They hurriedly fled the ship with Pang Haotian. A dazzling red light obscured everyone's eyes. When the red aura disappeared, everyone regained their vision. Everything did not seem to have changed at all. It was just the two true saint-level powerhouses of the Pang clan who had left the ship with Pang Haotian. But next, they were stunned by the scene before them. The Pang clan ship, which combined defensive and offensive power and had been built at great expense, slowly separated from the center to the sides. Boom, boom, boom. It then turned into smoke and became flying ash amidst countless explosions. Aside from Pang Haotian and the two true saint levels, none of the other Pang family powerhouses escaped. Lin Dong's sword was not simply slicing through the ship, it also carried countless sharp sword chi, destroying everything on the ship, even the Pang family's strongest members. The Su family members on the ground, as well as the surrounding onlookers, all stared in disbelief at the scene in the air. So many strong men from the Pang family, just like that, they were resolved by a single sword? Su Xueling and Su Jingyuan had also never expected that Lin Dong would step in to kill the Pang family members. They thought that it would be good for Lin Dong to step in. After all, once a person was killed, then it would be a matter of immortality. Chapter 1045, Giving You a Chance. The two true saint levels of the Pang clan were stunned by the sudden attack. The ship itself was not to mention. The mobile fortress that required a huge amount of financial and material resources to create was directly destroyed. That wasn't even counted. The ones who truly lost the most were the Pang clan's experts on the ship, which were all strong Pang clan members and were dead soldiers, numbering in the hundreds. Cultivating these dead soldiers took much more energy and time. Just like that, they went up in smoke. Both of their faces were ugly. Only Pang Haotian revealed an excited, thrilled expression. He didn't care about the deaths of the rest of the Pang family. If they died, they died, it was just a matter of spending some more resources and time to cultivate them. However, if Lin Dong dared to kill someone, he was definitely finished. Once the news traveled back to the Pang family, the old ancestor would definitely personally take action to resolve Lin Dong. He didn't even need to speak out himself. Lin Dong will also die for sure. Pang Haotian could be said to hate Lin Dong to the bone. He could not wait for Lin Dong to die earlier. That way, he could completely remove his heart knot. Lin Dong, how dare you kill my Pang family's people? You are dead. The old ancestor will definitely execute your 9 clans. You wait for your death slowly. Not only you, even everything related to you will be uprooted. Pang Haotian pointed at Lin Dong and snapped madly. He did not feel saddened by the deaths of the Pang family members, instead, there was a hint of joy in his tone. As long as Lin Dong died, it would be worth it for the Pang family to die as many people as possible. It would be fine if he did not die anyway. If you have this mind to care about my death, you might as well worry about yourself. Lin Dong smiled contemptuously. He then slashed out with a smooth sword. Evil breaking sword technique. Swoosh. A red aura swept towards the Pang Haotian trio. Wherever it passed, space collapsed and countless tiny spatial cracks surrounded the red aura. Lin Dong, how dare you! When the two true saint-level powerhouses of the Pang clan saw this, their pupils instantly dilated as they could feel the power of this sword. Even if they were at the same true saint level, they would be seriously injured if they were hit by this sword. Not to mention Pang Haotian, a half-step saint realm. He would surely die if he was struck by it. Pang Haotian was a valued character of old man Pang Zhong, he must not die here. Otherwise, they would be heavily punished when they returned. The two of them grabbed Pang Haotian at the same time and waved their hands to rip through the center, quickly drilling in. In the face of this sword, they didn't have the slightest intention of resisting, their only thought was to flee. When they returned to the family, they would send stronger people to deal with Lin Dong, or the old ancestor would personally take action to bring out the forces behind Lin Dong together. After entering the four-dimensional space, the two did not stop, but proceeded to tear through several spatial barriers, consecutively passing through the five-dimensional, six-dimensional space, and entering the seven-dimensional space. Reaching the highest dimensional space that a true saint-level powerhouse could enter, they then took Pang Haotian and quickly left. Before the spatial crack outside could close, Lin Dong's sword aura had already arrived. It sliced in along the spatial crack. Immediately after. Ah! Everyone outside could hear three mournful screams coming from the soon-to-be-closed spatial crack. Obviously, they were not lightly injured by Lin Dong's sword. Lin Dong! You wait! My Pang family will definitely make you beg for your life and death. A segment of furious words just came out and the spatial rift then closed. The heavens and earth were plunged into silence. Everyone turned their gazes towards the figure in the sky that stood there as if it were a heavenly god. In their eyes, besides envy, there was endless admiration. This was the real strong man. The Pang family members who had left the Su family helpless and caught in a life-and-death situation were so easily resolved by two swords. Even from the beginning to the end, Lin Dong stood there without moving. The might of the two swords was as terrifying as this. One sword killed the Pang family's team of hundreds of strongmen, plus a huge ship. One sword severely injured two true saint-level powerhouses of the Pang family, destroying the enemy while laughing. This was the demeanor that a strong person should have. Lin Dong glanced at the place where Pang Haotian's trio had left. He smiled disdainfully in his heart. You want to make me beg for my life but not my death? Only if your Pang family has the ability to do so. Even if they do, you three mole crickets won't be able to see it. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your great kindness. The Su family is unable to repay you. Please accept Xue Ling's obeisance. Su Xueling knelt on the ground, prostrated herself, and performed a large bow to Lin Dong. The rest of the Su family's direct lineage reacted and all knelt down as well. Many thanks to Mr. Lin for saving our lives, please accept our obeisance. With a wave of Lin Dong's hand, a force lifted all the Su family members up. There is no need for Miss Su to be polite, what I, Lin Dong, have said will naturally be counted. Your Su family has helped me, then next, it is the time for me, Lin Dong, to return the favor. Don't worry, with me here, the Su family will never fall. Lin Dong said in a domineering manner. His words also caused Su Xueling's heart to be touched. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Su Xueling said gratefully. Regardless of whether Lin Dong could solve the Su family's troubles, having this heart was already enough. At least it proved that she, Su Xueling, had not looked at the wrong person. If the Su family was not able to save the Su family in the end, it was also the Su family's fate. It was really the fact that the enemy was beyond imagination, not that Lin Dong did not try his best. Sacred Alliance Master. The number one powerhouse in the Star Void realm. These two identities together. What was created was an unrivaled force in the Star Void realm. For Lin Dong to dare to offend such a power for the sake of the Su family, he had already done his best to be benevolent. In the seven-dimensional space, the two true saint levels of the Pang family were running wildly all the way with Pang Haotian. All three of them were injured by Lin Dong's sword. Especially Pang Haotian. His strength was too weak. He was only at the half-step saint realm. He had not even cultivated a saint body. Even though there were 2 true saint levels blocking the sword for him, he was still injured by Lin Dong's sword chi all the same. His body had been damaged for the most part. If it was not for the 2 true saint levels, they had forced out the sword chi in his body in time. These sword chi alone could have killed him. Without a sacred body, there was no way to resist the sword chi emitted by Lin Dong's evil-breaking sword. I must personally kill Lin Dong. 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 Pang Haotian endured the intense pain on his body as he mouthed the words. This was the only belief that could keep him going. The monstrous hatred towards Lin Dong was on the verge of making him demonic. As long as Lin Dong did not die. In the future, no matter how strong Pang Haotian was, once he saw Lin Dong, his deepest fears would be dug out and infinitely amplified. By Pang Haotian's side, the 2 true saint levels that were holding him up and running wildly had also cursed in their hearts long ago, wishing to break Lin Dong into pieces. That sword had similarly inflicted great damage on them. If they had not been protecting Pang Haotian, they would have been better off. However, in order to protect Pang Haotian, the 2 of them had to endure the power of the sword. The true saint-level saint bodies were also a bit overwhelmed. The 3 dragged their heavily injured bodies forward quickly. Suddenly a creepy voice rang in their ears. Pang Haotian, you want to kill me yourself? Come come come. I'll give you that chance. Chapter 1046, Total Extinction. Lin Dong's voice sounded like a ghost in the ears of the 3 of them, Pang Haotian. It could have scared them quite a bit. Originally, they thought that they had escaped with their lives after receiving a sword from Lin Dong. When they returned to the family to tell the old ancestor about the matter, let the old ancestor come to clean up Lin Dong, kill Lin Dong's 9 clans, and take revenge for the family's dead people. I did not expect Lin Dong to follow him in hot pursuit. Even in his heyday, he was not a match for Lin Dong. Not to mention the fact that both of them were now injured. The aura of death enveloped the 3. The intense physical pain, coupled with the psychological torture. Pang Haotian's entire body was dumbfounded. The fear of Lin Dong in his heart erupted out, making him not even dare to move. The 2 true saint levels of the Pang family stopped and searched around for Lin Dong's figure. However, nothing was found. Just now, Lin Dong's voice was clearly within their ears. However, no one could be seen now. One of them could not stand this weird atmosphere and shouted, Lin Dong, you bastard, come out if you are capable of doing so, don't be so sneaky, come out and we will battle for 300 rounds. Fight me for 300 rounds? With just you? Forget it. Let alone you, even if your family's old ancestor came, he wouldn't last more than 3 moves in my hands. Lin Dong's voice continued to ring out. However, the 2 true saint levels still did not find any trace of him. Even their spiritual energy was poured out and spread around. The result was still nothing. What kind of tactic was this? The 2 true saint levels began to panic. The unknown was the most terrifying. They would rather have Lin Dong show up and fight himself. Even if they could not defeat him, it was still much better than now. Big words. My family's old ancestor is the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm and the Sacred Alliance Master. You are just a small true saint level, you are like a mole in front of the old ancestor, and you dare to say that the old ancestor could not walk more than 3 strokes in your hands. This is simply laughable. Who in the world gave you the courage to say such whimsical words? I think you are crazy. The 2 wanted to get Lin Dong's exact location through his voice. The situation today. How could they play when they could not even discover the person? As true saint-level powerhouses of the Pang family, they still had some cards. Even if they could not defeat Lin Dong. In a desperate attempt to die, with all their cards, even if Lin Dong was at the late stage of the true saint level, he would still be able to shed a layer of skin. However, right now, he could not even find anyone. Even if he wanted to fight to the death, he could not find anyone. He did not expect Lin Dong to have this kind of concealment technique, which could not even be detected by his spiritual power. Rat-eyed. Pang Haotian, last time I had already spared you once by being lenient. I did not expect you to come back this time. Do you really think that I, Lin Dong, do not dare to kill anyone? Today, I will leave the 3 of you here and see what your old ancestor can do to me. Lin Dong's voice seemed to be coming out from all directions. It was completely impossible to recognize the origin of the voice. This caused the three members of the Pang family to panic. With just this move, Lin Dong was able to boast of being a strong person of the same level. Once Pang Haotian heard that Lin Dong wanted to kill him, the fear in his heart even escalated once again. His mouth began to babble. "Don't kill me. I am the first heir of the Pang family, my family's old ancestor is the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm and the Sacred Alliance Master, don't kill me. Don't kill me." If Lin Dong exerted some more pressure, it was estimated that he could directly drive him crazy. "Lin Dong, come out if you have the ability, let us see what you, a late true saint level, are capable of. What kind of hero is sneaking around?" One of the true saint levels said loudly in a provocative manner. "Since you guys want to see me so badly, then it will be as you wish." Lin Dong finished his reply. A few meters away in front of the three Pang clan members, the seven-dimensional space suddenly cracked open. Amidst their dumbfounded expressions, a figure stepped out in stride. Who was it if not Lin Dong? You. The two Pang clan true saint levels pointed at Lin Dong, and after half a day of you, they were unable to utter a complete sentence. As true saint level existences, how could they not understand what this move of Lin Dong represented? Those who could tear through 7-dimensional space and enter 8-dimensional space were only Saint King level powerhouses. It was simply impossible for anyone else to do so. Even a half-step Saint King level, with an all-out attack, would only be able to tear a small gap in the 7-dimensional space. A person like Lin Dong, who easily walked out from the 8-dimensional space, was definitely a Saint King level powerhouse without a doubt. Could it be that Lin Dong had hidden his strength, and that he was not at the true saint level, but at the Saint King level? Pang Haotian's brain buzzed when he saw this scene. Under the attack of Qi and blood. Puff! A mouthful of essence blood spurted out. The entire person fainted to death. His heart and soul were damaged, and even if he lived, he would be a wastrel from now on. No matter what, he could not accept the fact that Lin Dong was at the Saint King level. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can you be a Saint King level? Lin Dong, what kind of demonic technique have you used? The remaining two were also in complete disbelief of what was in front of them. The fact that Lin Dong was at the late stage of the true saint level, they had already learned about it from Pang Tong's mouth a long time ago. However, no one could have imagined that Lin Dong had even hidden his strength. The late stage of the true saint level was merely the surface. The Saint King level was his true strength. That was a Saint King level. How many Saint King rankers were there in the entire Star Void realm? Which one of them was not an existence that stood at the pinnacle? If Lin Dong was at the late stage of the true saint level, the two of them would still have the confidence to fight to the death and leave a profound lesson to Lin Dong. However, now that Lin Dong had displayed the strength of a Saint King level, they had completely given up resisting. This was because no matter how many cards they had, they all seemed so pale and powerless in front of absolute strength. For a Saint King level powerhouse to try and kill them was no different from crushing an ant. After seeing the face, it is time to send you on your way. Remember, in your next life, some things cannot be done too far. As the saying goes, if you leave a thread of truth behind, you will see each other in the future. Lin Dong finished saying that he was going to make a move to settle the three people. No. Lin Dong, you can't kill us, otherwise my family's old ancestor won't let you off. He is the #1 strongest person in the Star Void realm, the Sacred Alliance Lord. Even if you are at the Sacred King level, you won't be able to defeat him. Lin Dong, if you have something to say, don't make a move. You are a Sacred King level powerhouse, the top figure in the Star Void realm. You cannot bully the small with the big. The two said in panic. Lin Dong paid no heed. Before the two could react, he suddenly took a step forward and pointed his 2 10 fingers on their foreheads. Boom! Holy power erupted. Only to see the saint bodies of the two men, under the destruction of this massive saint force, instantly dissipate into the 7-dimensional space without leaving a trace. The two true saint-level powerhouses of the Pang clan had thus completely fallen. Without the shelter of the two, Pang Haotian's half-step saint realm strength was unable to survive in the 7-dimensional space. The powerful pressure here was enough to kill him in a moment. Ah! Poof! The fainting Pang Haotian cried out in agony and once again spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood. The body then began to split under the strong pressure of the seven-dimensional space. Lin Dong glanced at Pang Haotian and determined that he was completely dead before stepping away. Chapter 1047 Changes. The moment the two true saint-level powerhouses of the Pang clan died. Whoa whoa! An aura of sadness appeared again throughout the Star Void realm. It was also accompanied by raging storms and thunderous lightning. Everyone looked at the sudden appearance of the vision. All of them fell into contemplation. When did this situation of heaven and earth grieving together seem to have been seen before? It seemed like there had been one not too long ago, right? Ordinary people still didn't understand what this represented. It just felt that something big might have happened. After all, this apocalyptic scene hadn't occurred for many years. It suddenly appeared twice at once. Anyone would suspect something bad. Those with a certain amount of strength and status would know. Another saint realm had fallen in the Star Void realm. Everyone understood. Pang Zhong had defeated Xian Yuanshou and become the Sacred Alliance League leader. It was bound to cause great chaos in the Star Void realm. It was just that I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Following the death of Shiman Fugue, once again, a saint realm died. Chaos is coming. Almost all of the forces had given orders to recall their members outside, preparing to hold on to one side to deal with the coming chaos. But could they really hide? When the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact. The Star Void realm was in chaos. And who would be able to stand alone? While everyone was speculating about who the fallen saint realm was this time, the Pang family hierarchy was already in chaos. The two true saint-level powerhouses, as well as the first heir, Pang Haotian, the three of them had their life tags shatter almost at the same time. Only then did the heaven and earth visions follow. In other words, the three of them, Pang Haotian, were dead. This had to be said to be a huge blow to the Pang clan, which was in high spirits today. Pang Zhong, the Pang family's oldest ancestor, had defeated Xian Yuanshou and taken his place as the Sacred Alliance's league leader, allowing the Pang family's status to climb rapidly. It was no exaggeration to say that the Pang family was now the number one force in the Star Void realm. However, it was such a family that no one dared to mess with. Yet suddenly, an important heir and two true saint-level powerhouses died. It was unbelievable. Not to mention that the other forces didn't believe it. Even the Pang family themselves didn't believe it. However, the facts were right in front of them. There was no way for them to disbelieve it. The sudden deaths of Pang Haotian's three. It was a blow to the Pang family. Let them not find some dizziness for a while, unable to find the North Central Divine Continent, Holy Alliance. Pang Zhong was in the Holy Alliance, tightly organizing the various departments under the Holy Alliance. Among them, the most eye-catching was naturally the Holy Alliance's law enforcement team. That was the most powerful department of the Holy Alliance. There were countless powerful people. If he could take full control of this department, whether it was for him or the Pang family, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Although Pang Zhong had become the Sacred Alliance's alliance master, it did not mean that he had full control over the Sacred Alliance. It should be known that half of the heads of the subordinate departments of the Sacred Alliance were trained by Xian Yuanshou. They were already dissatisfied with Pang Zhong's ousting of Xian Yuanshou. Wanting these people to obey Pang Zhong's orders was not an easy task. Pang Zhong's strength was strong. However, he could not rely on force alone to resolve such matters. Otherwise, it was likely that all the departments of the entire Holy League would unite in revolt. He couldn't just kill all those who resisted. Not long after Pang Haotian's trio died, the place where the Holy Alliance was located, a shocking roar suddenly erupted. No matter who you are, this seat will break you into pieces and set your bones to ashes. The voice shot straight up into the clouds. The clouds in the originally cloudy sky were all shaken apart, instantly becoming clear. Not only that, this angry voice even penetrated countless spaces and distances, allowing the entire central divine continent, the 5 major regions, to hear it. It was evident that this person's strength was so strong that it sent chills down the spines of all those who heard it. The closest Saint Alliance affiliates were all trembling in fear. Western region of the central divine continent. Lin Dong also heard this angry voice. He knew without guessing. This person was Pang Zhong, the Saint King-level elder ancestor of the Pang clan. It must have been the deaths of the Pang Haotian trio that had enraged this newly appointed Sacred Alliance League leader. From this voice, Lin Dong understood that Pang Zhong's strength was not weak. The Saint force had been condensed to the extreme. No wonder he was able to defeat the previous Sacred Alliance Master. It was true that he had two skills. However, it was a pity that there was no divine power mixed in. Any stronger would only be at the peak of the Saint King level at best. The peak of the Saint King rank could be called the strongest in the eyes of others in the Star Void realm. However, in front of Lin Dong, a half-step Void God level who already possessed divine power, he was no stronger than a mole cricket. One was still at the Saint realm, while the other had already surpassed the Saint realm and reached the Demigod realm. The two were not at the same level at all. The corner of Lin Dong's mouth hooked into a smile. For the time being, he would not look for Pang Zhong's trouble. Just now, news came from the Su family that the Pang family was only spying on the Su family and had not yet begun to take action. He was not in much of a hurry. Let's finish the more important things first. That was to return to the seven-colored glazed sect and rescue Sister Hong. As for Pang Zhong, let him bounce around for 2 more days. It wouldn't be able to escape him anyway. Seven-colored continent. Seven-colored glazed sect, Forbidden Valley. There were 5 people living here. The 4 seven-colored glazed sect supreme elders, plus their common disciple, Morong Chinga, the head of the 7 holy maidens of this term. After this period of cultivation, Morong Chinga's strength had changed drastically. When she had just come to the Star Void realm from Earth, she was still far from the Star realm. Now her strength had reached the peak of the Star realm. Such a fast cultivation speed was truly jaw-dropping. There was the credit of the countless resources piled up, the credit of the 4 supreme elders teaching her well, and more than anything else, the credit of Morong Chinga's charming body. The 3 together created a genius woman whose cultivation was like riding a rocket. No surprises. In the future, she would be another rising star. Of course, as fast as Morong Chinga's cultivation speed was, compared to Lin Dong, a man with a bug, the gap was still ridiculously large. Even if she was working so hard, it was also impossible to catch up with Lin Dong's pace. At this moment, deep within the forbidden land of the 7-colored glazed sect, a huge cave was in the middle. The 4 supreme elders of the 7-colored glazed sect were gathering together. They usually rotated, each going out to teach Morong Chinga for a period of time. Now that all 4 were gathered together, it was quite rare. It was clear that there were important matters to discuss. There's been a huge change in the Star Void realm. Pang Zhong defeated Shen Yuanshou and became the Sacred Alliance's lord, changing the rules, coupled with the fact that 3 true saint levels have fallen one after the other. A great chaos is imminent in the Star Void realm, and many forces have begun to recall their disciples in preparation for the closure. So what should we do? I didn't realize that the one with the deepest hide was Pang Zhong, this old little brat. It seems that Shen Yuanshou's injuries have not healed, otherwise Pang Zhong should not be his opponent even if he has achieved the peak of the Saint King level. All of this has nothing to do with us. What's most important nowadays is what to do next. Continue to follow the steps or. Chapter 1048. Yes. What happened in the western region of the central divine continent quickly spread back to the Pang family. Everything pointed towards one person. That was Lin Dong. Not only had he stepped in to save the Su family's people, but he had also killed almost all of the strong men sent out by the Pang family. The final sword strike that seriously injured Pang Haotian and the 2 true saint levels of the Pang clan was also attended by numerous onlookers. Up to here, things were already clear. The death of Pang Haotian's trio had nothing to do with Lin Dong, and the Pang family reported the news to Pang Zhong. And at this time, Pang Zhong was busy integrating the various departments of the Sacred Alliance and was temporarily unavailable. He had to integrate the Sacred Alliance as fast as possible. Otherwise, once more time passes. Letting Shen Yuanshou pull these people over, what use would he have in taking an empty shell of the Sacred Alliance? As long as he completely controlled the Sacred Alliance, with the intelligence network that the Sacred Alliance possessed, Lin Dong would have no possibility of escaping within the boundaries of the Star Void realm. Hence, Pang Zhong's reply to the Pang family was not to act rashly for the time being. The enemy was able to kill 2 true saint levels. It would not be a simple character. Only when he took complete control of the Sacred Alliance and made the move himself would he have absolute certainty. Otherwise, if the Pang clan sent anyone else, it would most likely be a death sentence. They had already lost 2 true saint levels and couldn't afford any more losses. The deaths of Pang Haotian and the 2 true saint level powerhouses had temporarily attracted the Pang family's attention. It was also considered an indirect way to help the Su family, allowing the Su family to take a slight breather. After Lin Dong manipulated his doppelganger to resolve the 3 Pang Haotian people, he originally wanted to immediately head to the 7-colored glazed sect. However, after thinking for a moment, he felt that it was not appropriate. If the news of this place spread back to the Pang clan, stronger people would definitely be sent. Leaving Su Shueling and the others behind, when the Pang clan's strongest people arrived, what would they use to resist? In the end, they would still end up in the hands of the Pang family. The safest place right now was the Su family. The Su family was a family with 3 true saint-level powerhouses. It would not be easy for the Pang family to take it down. Lin Dong then found Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan. He was prepared to send them back to the Su family first. Anyway, they were all in the western region of the central divine continent and it would not take much time. When he went to the 7-colored glazed sect to rescue Sister Han, he would then come back to help the Su family resolve this trouble with the Pang family. However, when Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan heard this, they couldn't help but frown. The Su family had gone through a lot of trouble to send out these direct lineage geniuses to retain a hope for the Su family, but now Lin Dong wanted to send them back again. Wasn't this completely contrary to the decision of the Su family's senior management? If not for the fact that Lin Dong had just saved them, the 2 of them were somewhat skeptical that Lin Dong was not in league with the Pang family. Gathering all of the Su family members together so that they could be eliminated in one fell swoop. Mr. Lin is sending us back to the Su family? Su Shueling asked in a very puzzled manner. As of now, the Su family is the safest, all other places are at risk of being found by the Pang family. I will send you guys there first, and then come back to the Su family to rendezvous when I finish my business. Lin Dong replied. But Mr. Lin, these Su family direct descendants were sent out with great difficulty by the family hierarchy. The purpose is to preserve a little bit of inheritance for the Su family. Isn't it too risky to go back now? If the Pang family makes a move, they can easily wipe us out. Don't worry, Miss Su. I have said it before, as long as I am here, nothing will happen to the Su family and there is no need to preserve any inheritance. No one can come, not even the Pang family. Lin Dong said in a domineering manner. Mr. Lin, I won't hide it from you. In fact, we don't hold any illusions of letting you save the entire Su family, as long as you can help to keep these Su family direct lineages, so that the Su family's inheritance will not be broken, we will be satisfied. After all, no one would have thought that Pang Zhong would be able to defeat Xian Yuanshou and become the Sacred Alliance League leader. Even if you stand by and do nothing, we won't have any opinions. Su Shueling continued. Miss Su, you are looking down on me. I, Lin Dong, am not the kind of person who was ungrateful. I was already very overjoyed last time when I went back on my word, and I will definitely not commit another offense this time. Lin Dong said with some unhappiness. No. Mr. Lin, you must not misunderstand, we do not have this intention, it is just that the enemy is too strong, we do not dare to hold any extravagant hopes. Su Shueling hurriedly explained. She was afraid that Lin Dong would misunderstand her. In that case, then listen to me. First, I will send you back to the Su family, and I can guarantee that you, as well as everyone in the Su family, will not be harmed in any way. This. Su Shueling turned her gaze towards Su Jingyuan. She was actually very willing to believe Lin Dong's words. Nay, she could not make the decision on this matter. Mr. Lin, can I take the liberty of asking you a question? Su Jingyuan suddenly spoke. Please speak, Governor Su. The heaven and earth vision just now was longer and sadder than the last time Shiman Fugue died. Is it possible that the 2 true saint levels of the Pang clan and Pang Haotian have fallen? Su Jingyuan stared carefully at Lin Dong after asking, waiting for his answer. Su Shueling's body shook at his words. Unbelievably, she looked at Lin Dong. She naturally knew the reason for the heaven and earth vision. Years in the sect be destroyed. Chapter 1049, Tiredness. So it turned out to be so. Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan accepted Lin Dong's statement. If it was Lin Dong's master who had secretly made the move, then everything was explained. It was still very easy for a Saint King level to kill 2 true Saint levels. It was just that what Su Jingyuan did not expect was Lin Dong's master teacher would actually agree to Lin Dong's request and was willing to make an enemy of the Pang family. Even if it was for the sake of the 400 million billion star dollar coins that Lin Dong had invested, it was still somewhat unjustifiable. Could it be that his old man still did not know that the Pang family's old ancestor, Pang Zhong, had become the Sacred Alliance leader? It should not be possible. Saint King level powerhouses were all old monsters who had lived for countless years and would not be so foolish. Perhaps they had just come out of seclusion and had absolute confidence in their own strength. Whatever the reason, this matter was great news for the Su family. With a Saint King level willing to join forces with the Su family to deal with the Pang family, no matter how one looked at it, the Su family wouldn't lose out. Mr. Lin, thank you. Su Xueling was about to kneel down to thank Lin Dong again, but was stopped by Lin Dong with a wave of his hand. Mr. Lin, thank you. What you have done for my Su family is unable to repay you. If there is anything that you need in the future, just order me. I, Su Jingyuan, will die by all means. Su Jingyuan also thanked excitedly. 1,000 thanks. Su Xueling and Su Jingyuan could only utter a thank you in the end. They were fortunate to have met someone like Lin Dong. If it was anyone else, knowing that the enemy was a power like the Pang clan, they would have fled from the battlefield long ago. At this time, what promises, what agreements, were unimportant. One's own life was the most important thing. Knowing that both of the Pang clan's true saint levels had died at the hands of Lin Dong's master, Su Jingyuan then let go of all doubts. The two then agreed that Lin Dong would send them back to the Su family first. Then Lin Dong was generous and sent the Su family's group of direct lineage genius children towards the Su family's main residence. Such a large group had traveled out. It had long been discovered by the Pang family's eyes. The whereabouts of Lin Dong and the Su family's direct lineage had also been reported to the Pang level executives. Due to Pang Zhong's orders for them not to act rashly, the Pang clan's higher echelons did not dare to take action against Lin Dong at will. Most importantly, it was still unknown how the two true saint levels had died. No one was willing to take the risk. Who would want to die if they could live? The saint realm was equally afraid of death. It was better to wait for the old ancestor to take complete control of the Sacred Alliance before making a move personally. Just like that, Lin Dong sent Su Xueling and the others back to the Su clan in a smooth manner all the way. He had thought that the Pang family would send someone if he was so high profile. As a result, not a single person had waited. It seemed that the death of Pang Haoqian's 3 people had still made the Pang family very jealous. But why didn't Pang Zhong show up? Wasn't he known as the #1 powerhouse in the Star Void realm? He also said that he wanted to break his body into pieces and thwart his bones. This was what Lin Dong was more puzzled about. If Pang Zhong had come, it would have been better to settle the matter directly. As long as he died, a large portion of the Pang clan would have fallen. If he didn't come, then he didn't come. Lin Dong did not dwell on these minor issues. No matter what Pang Zhong was preparing, it was futile in the face of absolute strength. After sending Su Xueling and the others to the vicinity of the Su clan and determining that there would be no further danger, Lin Dong stopped and did not follow them in. Instead, he found Su Xueling and Su Jingyuan and said goodbye to them, saying that the master was already urging for it, before leaving directly to the 7-colored glazed sect. Su Xueling wanted to leave Lin Dong behind and go to the Su family to have a seat. They could also explain to the family why they had suddenly returned. However, Lin Dong said that his master was rushing. It was no good to continue to retain him. They could only lead the team and continue to move forward. Soon they returned to the Su family. Regarding the return of the Su family's direct disciples, the Su family executives were all surprised. It took so much effort to send them out just to preserve a trace of the Su family's inheritance from extinction, so how come they were back now? After Su Xueling and Su Jingyuan had just returned to the family with their people, the Su family's senior management gave them a triple trial. Facing the interrogation from a group of Su family executives, instead of explaining anything, Su Jingyuan said that he wanted to see Su Can's old ancestor. The direct descendants that had been sent out had returned again, and for something this big, of course it was necessary to inform the 3 true saint-level old ancestors. Now was not like before. The Su family was facing unprecedented calamity, and the extermination of the family was imminent. The old ancestors had long since come out of seclusion. Any major news would have to be notified to them. It didn't take long for news to arrive. Let Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan head to the Forbidden Land. When the old ancestors gave the word, naturally no one objected. The two were brought to the middle of the Su family's Forbidden Land. The one who greeted them was none other than Su Kan. When Su Kan saw Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan, his face was not too good. He couldn't figure it out at the moment. Why did these two people return to the clan with the Su clan's first lineage? Originally, the plan had already succeeded when Lin Dong had stepped in and fended off the people from the Pang family who had come after them, allowing the Su family's legacy to be preserved. Now it is good. Wouldn't it be a lost cause once they returned? Seeing the gloomy old ancestor Su Kan, Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan were also a little flustered in their hearts. But then they were relieved. It was believed that old ancestor would definitely not blame them if he knew the truth of the matter. The news brought by the two of them this time was definitely beneficial to the Su family. It might even help the Su family to escape this calamity. You two come in with me. Su Kan turned to leave after saying this. Yes, old ancestor. After Su Shueling and Su Jingyuan replied, they hurriedly followed. Arriving at the center of the Forbidden Land, they met the other two true saint-level old ancestors of the Su family. The two old ancestors were in a state of seclusion for many years. Now both had been forced to come out of seclusion. Su Shueling greets the three old ancestors. Su Jingyuan greets the three old ancestors. Tell us. What's going on? Why did you return with the clansmen that the Su clan sent out? Do you know how much effort the clan put into sending them out? Do you know that this place is already under the Pang family's surveillance? It's easy to come in, but it's hard to get out. Su Kan questioned out loud. Old ancestor. We understand what you are saying. Su Jingyuan replied. All understand. Why do you still do this? Is it because the Su family has wronged you? Is that how you want the Su family to cut off the inheritance? Su Kan did not have the slightest bit of politeness. Old ancestor, you have wronged us. As Su family members, we can leave everything behind for the sake of the Su family, even including our own lives. Su Jingyuan said excitedly. Then please give me a reasonable explanation. I don't want to hear any other nonsense. Old ancestor, we came back this time. It was at the request of Mr. Lin, and it was also him who sent us back. He said that this is the safest place at the moment, and that any other place would be easily discovered by the Pang clan. The one who spoke this time was Su Shueling. Lin Dong? Yes. And what is his purpose for doing so? Mr. Lin said that he has something very important to do, and when he's done, he'll come here and join forces with the Su family to deal with the Pang family. He also said that the Su family will definitely be fine, and told us to wait without fear. Su Kan did not continue to speak. His brows were tightly furrowed together. He did not have much contact with Lin Dong. His senses towards this brat were also good. However, he was asked to believe that Lin Dong would come here to live and die with the Su family. Su Kan would never believe it. Not to mention that between Lin Dong and the Su family, it was only a few verbal agreements. Even if they were life and death friends, they would not do so in the face of such a 10-death situation. Then Lin Dong had only one purpose for sending Su Shueling and the others back. It was to get rid of the Su family as a liability. Waiting patiently for him to finish his business and come over? Dream on. What was waiting in the end was bound to be a devastating blow from the Pang family.